to think through our nations, how best we can build the nation. And such a program calling upon the name of the Lord to be in the helms of affair of this meeting, which implies that we cannot do it on our own, but it takes God's grace to let things happen. That's why in Psalm 127 verse 1, he said, if God's grace does not help the builders, they will labor in vain to build a house. If God's mercy doesn't protect the city, all the sentries will circle it in vain. So this morning we are praying, committing this gathering into the hands of the living God to see us through. At the end of this program, there will be a cause to say in the future that prayer has turned things around in our country. So shall we pray? Our Heavenly Father, we thank you. We give you all the glory and praise this morning for this great, mighty forum to reset our nation, the urbans and the metropolis. We pray, Father, invite you to take your rightful seat in our midst. We ask that all that it takes to build a nation, Lord, grant us the ability, the wisdom in the discussion, in the forum. Father, speak thou through our chosen leaders, that at the end of this great forum, our nation will really be on the footpath to recover, to refix and reset our nation, that this nation will really be a nation of you. We trust that the convener of this program, you will help him and grant him the roadmap that at the end of this program, all glory will be ascribed unto you. We thank you. We bless you. In Jesus' mighty name we prayed. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Reverend. Now give him a warm round of applause. Yes, indeed. We have a lot of very important people here. I want to indicate that I can't mention everybody. I can't recognize everybody here. I will figure that out in a bit. But I have enormous pleasure in announcing to you that the Honorable Minister for Works and Housing, the distinguished and indefatigable Kenneth Gilbert Ajay, is in our midst. Will you give us a wave, Honorable? Thank you so much for coming. Yes, indeed. And then I want to recognize in this room all chief executives, our host chief executive, my bosses, metropolitan, municipal, and district chief executive. Give us a wave, give us a wave, give us a wave. Well done, well done, well done. Then my next set of bosses, the coordinating directors, regional as well as metropolitan, municipal, and district coordinating directors. Give us a wave, give us a wave. Coordinating directors, give us a wave. All right. Now, I want to recognize here all built environment experts, specialists, and professionals. Built environment experts, specialists, professionals. Planners, what have you? Do you know yourself? Give me a wave. Okay. I want to recognize all academics and researchers over here. Give me a wave. A professor, many professors, very wonderful. Thank you very much. I want to recognize all of our development partners here. Give me a wave. There we go. Right. Then my people from civil society, give me a wave also. Civil society, they didn't come. Okay, there they are. Right, okay. Now I want to recognize people from the private sector. Private sector, private sector, private sector. Hey, private sector. No well done. Okay. I want to recognize my civil servants. I am a member of the Civil Service Council. I'll have you know. So, civil servants, there we go. There we go. I want to recognize all pensioners, everybody over the age of 60. Give me a wave. Hey, is that how you are? All right. Then everybody else, who didn't I recognize? Pardon? Hey, Christo Moja. All people from the media friends. It was Samuel Ajiman who misled me. Where is he? There he is. Okay, we thank God for that. Right. Young people, oh, you see, anybody under the age of 32? Anybody under the age of 32? Young people. Okay, we are grateful for your coming. Young people, thank you very much. Is it 32 or 35? 35. Anybody under the age of 35? There we go. We thank God. Honorable, my spectacles are bad, but you can't be under the age of 35. By mistake. All right, okay. Right, so we are on course. At this point, we have to be welcomed. There are a number of apologies to be made, a number of announcements to be made, and we'll make them in due course. Our host, the Honorable Minister, Ahmed Ibrahim, Member of Parliament, he is stuck in some intricate situation where he wants to extricate himself. He'll be with us soonest, but we need to get this show on the road. So, due apologies to you. Secondly, the hotel has asked me to announce, have you seen those fancy bottles there? The glass bottles, the lovely glass bottles. As our contribution to recycling, we are not going to take them away, are we? We are not going to take them away. We will leave them here for them to recycle. They will recycle on your behalf. Is that okay with everybody? So you drink the contents and leave the bottle behind. Thank you very much. Having said this, I have enormous pleasure in inviting the Reverend Henry Owu. He's the Regional Coordinating Director of the Greater Accra Region, to welcome us on behalf of his minister. Give Reverend a very warm round of applause. In his day job, in his night job, he's a reverend. I don't know the church. Okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This morning, I'm here on behalf of the Honorable Regional Minister, who is supposed to have been here, but due to other equally important engagements, she asked me to represent her, but very soon she will join you. So I'm here to read a welcome remark on her behalf. Your Excellency John Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, Honorable Ministers of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Ministers of State, distinguished development partners, heads of ministries, department and agency, metropolitan, municipal, and district chief executives, traditional and religious leaders, representatives of civil society, academia, and private sector, members of diplomatic community, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocol observed. It is with great honor and immense pleasure that I welcome you all to the Greater Accra region for the launch of the National Urban Policy and Implementation Plan for the 2026 to 2025 and the 9th session of the Ghana Urban Forum. I extend a particular warm welcome to our distinguished guests who have traveled from across the country and beyond to participate in this important national dialogue. Your presence demonstrates our collective commitment to shaping a sustainable, resilient, and inclusive urban future for Ghana. Greater Accra, as the national capital and the most urbanized region in the country, stands at the center of Ghana urban transformation. Our region continues to experience rapid population growth, increasing demand for housing, transportation, sanitation, infrastructure, and local and social services. While these developments present enormous opportunities for economic growth and innovation, they also required deliberate planning, coordinated governance, and sustainable investment. It is therefore fitting that Greater Accra hosts these important events where stakeholders from governments, local authorities, development partners, academic, civic society, and private sector come together to reflect on practical solutions for managing urbanization effectively. Distinguished guests, the National Urban Policy and its accompanying implementation plan provide a renewed strategic direction for building well-planned, productive, resilient, and climate response cities and communities. More importantly, the policy recognizes that sustainable urban development cannot be achieved through national action plan alone. It requires strong local leadership, active citizen participation, and effective partnership among all stakeholders. The theme for this year's forum, Resetting Ghana Urban Future through Transformative and Taking Local Actions for Resilient and Sustainable Cities, is both timely and appropriate. It challenges all of us to move beyond policy discussions toward practical actions that improve the quality of life of our citizens, strengthen local governance, protect our environment, and create opportunities for inclusive economic growth. As the regional minister, I wish to assure you all that the Greater Accra Regional Coordinating Council remain fully committed to working with the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy, and Religious Affairs, and all our metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies to promote integrated urban planning, improve service delivery, strengthen resilience against climatic-related risk, and support initiatives that foster sustainable urban development. I am confident that the deliberation over the next 2 days will generate practical recommendations and strengthen collaborations among all stakeholders for the successful implementation of a national urban policy. Ladies and gentlemen, I encourage all participants to engage actively, share experiences, and contribute innovative ideas that will help shape the future of our cities and communities. Once again, I warmly welcome you all to Greater Accra and wish you a fruitful deliberations and successful Ghana Urban Forum. On this note, I want to thank you all, and may God bless our homeland Ghana. Thank you very much.
Reverend, thank you very much. You said the church is which one? Which church was that? Methodist. He's a Methodist minister. Also, thank you very much, Reverend. Give him a nice warm round of applause. Yes, indeed. Right. We proceed. At this stage, I want to thank the regional minister very much for her warm words of welcome and all that she has said. From her speech, I got the feedback that urbanization is reshaping our nation. It's just apt and appropriate that this region hosts this meeting, that we should be able to reap the enormous opportunities of urban growth. But if we're going to be doing that, it needs planning, coordination, and sustainable investments, so that this urban policy should be a call to action and to move us in the direction that we want to go. I want to say thank you very much to her for her thought-provoking feed that she's given us. She's actually set the tone for the meeting. Now we need somebody to chair this event. And before I do that, I also want to recognize that there are chief executives here. There are many important people here. When your host is here, you don't bypass him. I want to recognize the mayor of Accra, Michael Kwakpo Alote. Do you want to give us a wave, sir? Okay, fabulous. Yes, please. It's because we are on his land, and or is it Kolekwa? Is this place Kolekwa? This is Kolekwa. Actually, okay. Moving rapidly from this dangerous space. Right. So basically, I'll do the right thing at the right time. But now we want to introduce the chair for today's function. Darling Mami Efua Khan is going to do that. And as she comes here, I want to say that I've known Nimo for a long time. Strategists, leadership, many amazing things. So, Mami Efua, do it well. Why?
I will do it well. Thank you very much, Auntie Esther. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I would want to take this opportunity to stand on the protocols that has been established by the representative of the regional minister and proceed from here. I'm sure I'm forgiven to do that without taking a lot of time. So today we gather at an important moment in our country's development journey as we launch the National Urban Policy 2026 to 2035 and the National SLUM Upgrading and Prevention Strategy 2026 to 2035, and open the 9th session of the Ghana Urban Forum. The conversations we begin today are more than policies and strategies. They are about the Ghana we are building, the cities and communities we want to create, and the kind of future we want to secure for generations to come. And so when duty calls upon you to introduce a person who has spent decades building a life of knowledge, leadership, and public service, it is for me a rare privilege, and I do not take this for granted. I consider it an opportunity to pause, to recognize, and to celebrate a life of service while that life is still being lived and its contribution is still being made. Because behind every distinguished public servant are years of hard work, experiences gathered across different places and institutions, ideas that have shaped policy, and a commitment to something larger than oneself. Our chairperson today is one of such person. For over 3 decades, his professional journey has taken him across Ghana, the United States, Africa, and United Nations, with extensive experience in economics, development planning, public policy, employment creation, local economic development, and productivity. His work has placed him at important points in Ghana's development story. As an economic advisor to President John Dramani Mahama from 2014 to 2017, he played a leading role in Ghana's preparation of the Sustainable Development Goals and the African Union's Agenda 2063. He also led the preparation of Ghana's 40-year National Development Plan, helping to align our national development aspirations with these important global and continental frameworks. His experience spans senior roles with institutions including the United Nations, the International Labour Organization, and the World Bank, as well as advisory and technical assignments across Africa and United States. as we talk about the future of our cities, about inclusive and sustainable urban development, about upgrading communities and planning for Ghana we want, we are fortunate to have with us someone whose professional calling has consistently been connected to the question of how we plan, how we develop, and how we build a better future for our people. Today, he serves as the chairman of the National Development Planning Commission and senior advisor to the President of the Republic of Ghana on the Sustainable Development Goals. These responsibilities carry significant weight, and they bring to this occasion not only expertise, but the perspective of someone who understands the importance of connecting policy to planning, planning to action, and action to the lives of ordinary people. It is therefore both fitting and reassuring that he will hold a chair at this important gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor and privilege to introduce a distinguished economist, development thinker, a public servant, whose over 3 decades of experience continue to contribute to Ghana's development conversation. The chairman of the National Development Planning Commission and senior advisor to the President of the Republic of Ghana on Sustainable Development Goals, Dr. Nimoy Thompson. Doctor, we are honored to have you with us today and grateful that you have accepted to chair this important occasion. On behalf of the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, and all gathered here, I respectfully invite you to take the chair and to guide us through the important conversations and reflections that lies ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me again to welcome him to take the podium.
Thank you very much. Quite a fulsome introduction there, which brings me to where it all started. During the recent floods, you might have heard that a river in Kumasi near Tech got flooded. It's called the Riri River. I don't know how many of you follow the news. It's called the Riri River. Right next to it is a school called Riri. And that's where I went to school. That's where I had my middle school education. And right after that, I became a kind of a bad boy. I ran away. I escaped from Ghana at age 16 and didn't come back for another 21 years. Yes, he says, wow. And by the time I did that, I was a senior economist at the Bureau of Fiscal and Economic Analysis in New York City, monitoring, among other things, the economies of Japan, the European Union, and the United States itself for their impact on the largest municipal economy in the world, which was and still is the economy of New York City. And since I've been back, as the introduction said, I've been involved in a lot of areas of development across Africa and, of course, within Ghana. And so I have been lucky enough to see development both in terms of its fullness, where societies and economies have actually developed, and where societies are still involved in the struggle for development. That's just the prelude. Let me observe the fact that I'm told that in Nigeria, when you chair a function, you're allowed to take the chair home after the function. I'm not sure if, you see Auntie Esther, she said she won't even give me the bottle. Anyway, I was hoping that maybe you would reach some agreement with the hotel. Be that as it may, I think we should proceed. And I would like to do so with some observation. We tend to focus on the hard issues in development, but the soft issues are equally important. Sometimes they are even more important than the hard issues themselves. I couldn't help but notice that we followed the familiar script for the commencement of today's event, in the sense that we started late, we issued the necessary apologies, followed by a prayer to God to help us develop this country. I also believe that the time has come for us to be frank with ourselves, perhaps pay closer attention to what God is telling us, that he doesn't have time for people who don't have time for themselves. We keep praying, and things keep deteriorating. So there's a message there. Prayer is good, yes, but prayer without discipline and hard work is ultimately an exercise in futility. Punctuality, and she did mention the fact that I'm interested in productivity. I just came back from South Africa after 3 years working with the UN there on issues of productivity. So I don't joke with productivity. And punctuality is the first principle of productivity. Without productivity, we are not going anywhere. By productivity, I mean the efficient utilization of resources, including time. Time is the ultimate resource. You can replace human beings, you can replace buildings, you can replace money, but you cannot replace time. We've lost 1 hour and 30 minutes of our time here on earth, where we sat around, did virtually nothing. In fact, completely nothing. We contributed zero to human progress and human civilization. So while I'm glad that we have come this far with this policy and implementation plan, it is important for us to bear in mind that ultimately it is the soft issues that will drive this plan, not the fancy English that we've written in there. This is not my first time being involved in such a forum. About 10 or 11 years ago, I also participated in an urban forum. And in that particular forum, I forget who organized it, but it had similar tables in there to what we are going to be discussing the next 2 days. There's a column there for responsibility. That's for government agencies or MDAs who are supposed to or expected to implement certain things in that agenda. But some of them got up and said they did not even know, they were not aware that they were supposed to implement these things. And so I'm not surprised that when the floods came with the extensive and massive destruction that we saw, we were all found wanting. Because we've come up with these plans without thinking about how they are going to be implemented and who is supposed to implement what. I see Joy FM here. They published a story last week that said that we have over 10,000 illegal buildings in Accra alone. 10,000. Bear in mind that the average number of years it takes to build a house in Ghana is 15 years. So where was local government during all this time? There's something wrong. Institutions are flawed. Now, this event coincides with this rather tragic episode in our development. And I hope that those who have completed or prepared this policy and this strategy have taken that into account. It's not just a mechanistic process where you are going with whatever you decided to do, irrespective of the changed circumstances. It reminds me of my gardener who every morning he leaves his house and comes to my place with the objective of watering the plants. Even when it has rained, he still waters the plant because he left home with the idea that I'm going to the south to go and water the plant. I hope this policy and strategy are a lot more flexible than that, and that they have read the room, so to speak, to incorporate the emerging issues. I've read portions of it, and I'm happy that you've mentioned housing, you mentioned public transportation. These are all issues that we highlighted as part of the 40-year development plan in 2016 that were supposed to have been implemented in 2018, but somehow we threw them overboard, and we are living and seeing the consequences. And so, when the Commission decided to prepare their next and hopefully final long-term national development plan, and as a nation, we cannot develop without a long-term plan. A long-term plan is basically a vision of where you want to be. And you can't go through life without having a vision, even if it's a 1 week or 1 month vision. One of the first things we decided to do, along with the Director General, is for me to tour the whole country all 16 regions engaging with the 261 assemblies to try and answer one question, and one question only. Why do we keep planning and nothing seems to be working? There are instances where you could see us actually moving forward in reverse. There's a road in the Upper West that I traveled on in 1993. I was a student in the US then, but I came down to do my own national tour at the time between Wa and Navrongo. It was so bad in 1993, I actually felt sorry for the driver. In 2026, when we were having our national tour, I wanted to retrace my steps. And I was told that no, the road is actually worse in 2026 than it was in 1993, and that it's now just being put on the Big Push program for rehabilitation. So in many respects, it appears that we've gone to sleep, despite all the plans and strategies and policies that we keep putting out there. This is a reminder. And so we wanted to know why some of these things happen. There's the issue of institutions. We define institutions in this plan as laws and their regulations, policies and their strategies, systems, and perhaps more importantly, in addition to leadership, norms and values of the people, which is discipline. That's part of the soft issues that I keep talking about. I can spend the rest of the time talking a lot, but I'm also aware of how strict Auntie Esther could be, even though she's named after my mom, and I often call her Mama Esther. So I'm going to pause here and sit and listen to all the good works, all the good words, in fact, that we came here today to hear. And hopefully, when the time comes, we will be able to work together. I was a bit disappointed when I was going through the policy on the stakeholders and I didn't see the National Development Planning Commission. I was like, no, that's a major oversight. We have mentioned other IMCC, but not as the stakeholders. We are the clearinghouse for national development. Every single plan must go through the MDAs and MMDAs, and those must come to the National Development Planning Commission for review and certification before the Ministry of Finance gives them any money to implement anything. And so if you ignore us, you do so at your own peril. But we can fix that. I know you had the best of intentions, you're overwhelmed, and it was a little, there was just not enough time to get everything in place. So I'd like to pause here and thank you very much for this event and wish you the best of discussions and reflection. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thompson. Give him another round of applause. As usual, giving us a lot of food for thought. The fact that the soft issues are important, that we are playing the same script over and over again, that prayer must be accompanied with discipline, time, and productivity. Now, the critical question that I want to apply ourselves to, Dr. Thompson, is why don't policies and programs get implemented? Why don't they? Why don't they? And that's one question that I'm hoping that we're going to answer. Because, yeah. And believe me, I don't hold brief for the ministry, but the NDPC was involved in this process of development. So I'll just put it quietly like that. But before I get on to the next step, which is the host minister's statement, I want to recognize in the room the presence of the industrious, resourceful Deputy Minister for Local Government Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, the Honorable Rita Na Odole Sowa. Give the woman a warm round of applause. She set off from Takoradi this morning. And if you've been through Buduburam lately, you know what has happened to her in the process. Madam, you are very welcome. At this point, I want to invite Alhaji Amin Abdul Rahman, Chief Director, Ministry of Local Government, to address us on behalf of his host.
Thank you very much, Auntie Esther. Our chairman, Dr. Nimoy Thompson, who is also the chairman of NDPC and also the presidential advisor on SDGs. Honorable ministers, particularly the Minister for Housing and Water Resources, our own Deputy Minister, Honorable Ritana Odolisowa, Deputy Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, and MP for La Dadi Kotupong. Our development partners herein present, members of the Diplomatic Corps, colleague chief directors and directors from the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, representatives of the academia and professional bodies, our distinguished guests, the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. Today marks an important milestone in Ghana's urban development journey as we launch the National Urban Policy Implementation Plan 2026 to 2035 and the National SLUM Upgrading and Prevention Strategy 2026 to 2035. While also opening the 9th session of the Ghana Urban Forum under the theme Resetting Ghana's Urban Future, Thinking Nationally and Taking Local Actions for Inclusive, Resilience and Sustainable Cities. On behalf of the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, and on behalf of the Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, I want to welcome all of you and express our sincere appreciation to all gathered here, in particular our development partners, local authorities, technical experts, civil society organizations, and all stakeholders whose collaboration has made today's event possible. Honorable Chair, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today's event marks more than the launch of 2 policy documents. It signifies a renewed national commitment to shaping the future of our towns and cities through deliberate and coordinated as well as inclusive action. Ghana's urbanization has generated significant opportunities for economic growth, innovation, trade, and job creation. However, it has also brought a lot of challenges, including housing deficits, infrastructural gaps, congestion, flooding, environmental degradation, and the growth of informal settlements. These challenges require urgent and sustained action. The maiden national urban policy introduced in 2012 provided an important framework for addressing these challenges and guided several interventions that strengthened urban governance, infrastructure development, mobility, resilience, and service delivery across the country. The lessons from these experiences have informed the development of the National Urban Policy and the National SLUM Upgrading and Prevention Strategy 2026 to 2035 that we are launching today. Following more than a decade of implementation, the ministry undertook a comprehensive review involving key stakeholders across government, local authorities, academia, professional bodies, development partners, and civil society. The outcome is a more responsive and forward-looking framework for managing Ghana's urban future. Ladies and gentlemen, this new National Urban Policy is a strategic response to Ghana's evolving urban landscape. It seeks to promote the following: sustainable and balanced urban growth, effective land use planning and management, climate resilience and environmental sustainability, urban economic development and competitiveness, improved financing for infrastructure services, affordable and social housing, urban safety and security, and equitable access to essential urban services. The policy recognizes that successful urban development cannot be driven by government alone. It requires strong partnerships among central and local government institutions, traditional and religious leaders, development partners, the private sector, and citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, alongside the urban policy, we are also launching the National Slum Upgrading and Preventing Strategy 2026 to 2035. This strategy responds to the realities faced by many residents of informal settlements who continue to lack adequate housing and access to basic services. The strategy provides a framework for integrated slum upgrading, improved service delivery, strengthened land and housing management systems, enhanced community participation and prevention measures to reduce the emergence of new informal settlements. It reflects government's commitment to promoting social inclusion, human dignity, and sustainable urban development. I wish to commend all institutions and stakeholders who contributed to the development of these important frameworks, including our technical agencies, local authorities, professional bodies, and development partners, particularly the UN Habitat, the World Bank, the European Union, UNICEF, UKFCDO, and many others. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the true measure of success will not be the quality of these documents alone, but the effectiveness of our implementation. The 9th session of the Ghana Urban Forum provides us an opportunity to identify practical actions, strengthen partnerships, and explore innovative financing solutions that will transform policy into measurable outcomes. I encourage all metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies to integrate these frameworks into their development plans and budgets. We also look forward to continuous support from our development partners, investment from the private sector, and active participation by citizens, including cleaner, safer, and more resilient communities. As a sector ministry, I wish to assure all stakeholders that the people of Ghana that the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy, and Religious Affairs remains fully committed to coordinating the implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of both the urban policy and the National Slum Upgrading and Prevention Strategy. We are determined to ensure that frameworks guide investments, strengthen institutions, and improve the quality of life of all Ghanaians. Mr. Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with these few words, on behalf of my minister, it is my singular honor and privilege to invite the chairman of the National Development Planning Commission, who is also the chairman for this occasion, and also the presidential advisor on SDGs, to deliver the keynote address and officially launch the National Urban Policy 2026-2035 and the National Slum Upgrading and Prevention Strategy 2026 to 2035. I thank you. God bless our homeland Ghana and make us strong, great and strong. Thank you very much.
Well done, my chief director. Well done, well done, well done, well done, well done. By the permission of the chair, I'm hoping to vary the program slightly. After the president has spoken, the water is finished. But we've invited people to also address us. So we'll do that. Then you will represent His Excellency. Then we'll launch it. Then we'll do photo. And then we'll eat tea. And then we'll come back. But permit me, distinguished chairperson, to do a couple of things. What is it that I want to do? I have been directed to recognize a few people here. I want to acknowledge, first of all, that we have in our midst, I think Dr. Chaudhry, I've recognized you already, UN Resident Coordinator. I also want to recognize Madhu Raghunath, Practice Manager for Africa West World Bank. Is the lady? Yes, indeed. You are most welcome. Give her a warm round. Clementine Daddy, Country Director, AFD. Are you here, please? Good. Thank you so much. Janine is already up there. I also want to recognize here the sponsors, our sponsors. I want to recognize and acknowledge the Commonwealth Local Governance Forum, Lucy and Joyce. Where are Lucy and Joyce? Okay, they are in the system. Yes, indeed. Great. And then from the World Bank, okay, I have this practice manager. I've got CD and TTL and Santiago. I hope you understand what it means. Yes, so from the World Bank, are you here, folks? Great to see you. Dr. Ahmed, look lively, Kakra. Okay, good. Thank you very much. Then from UN Habitat, Technical Assistance for Policy Formulation, UN Habitat. Auntie Abna, are in the system somewhere? There we go. Right. I want to recognize here Dr. Paulina Rosaska, Head of Infrastructure, Sustainable Development of the European Union Delegation. Dr. Paulina, are you in the system? Great, thank you so much. Then I have a few pet recognitions of my own. The nice thing about going on pension is that you get away with murder. Great. I recognize in the room, I know the Common Fund Administrator, Mr. Yamson, is somewhere in the system. Mr. Yamson, are you here? Wonderful. I also recognize here the Director of the Institute of Local Government Studies, Professor Awatri. He promised me a professorship. It hasn't come. Then I recognize, if I say it in public, he'll feel shy to back off. The Director General of the National Development Planning Commission, the indefatigable Dr. Audrey Smoke Amwa. Audrey, good. I know that the Chief Executive of LUSPA is somewhere here, Dr. Kojo Yebua. Doc, most welcome. Then, from my own hometown, civil society, Mr. Farouk Brahma, People's Dialogue, and also country manager of the African Cities Research Consortium. Farouk, People's Dialogue, there we go. All right, good. So far, so very good, even though I say so myself. Yes. Now is the time for the solidarity statements. Now, I'm coming to, I know Honorable Kenneth Gilbert Ajay is here. I don't know when my minister is going to get here, but I think he's making substantial progress. Yes. So, I need Honorable Kenneth, you'll be there to keep him company, to, so he feels warm and welcome. So I'm going to invite Honorable Kenneth Gilbert Ajay to address us briefly. Please take the podium. Reverend, come down. When I finish, I'll put him there. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam. Honorable Chair, permit me to stand on already established protocols. Good morning. It is a privilege to join you at the launch of the National Urban Policy 2026 to 2035 and the opening of the 9th session of the Ghana Urban Forum. At the outset, I congratulate my colleague, the Honorable Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, the Deputy who is here, and his ministry for leading this review of this important policy and for convening stakeholders to chart a renewed course for Ghana's urban development. I also will express my sincere appreciation to His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama for his steadfast commitment to sustainable urban transformation and development. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, cities are the engines of economic growth, centers of innovation, and hubs of opportunity. Yet they also face mounting challenges, including housing deficits, inadequate infrastructure, traffic congestion, environmental degradation, and the growing impacts of climate change. The National Urban Policy comes at a pivotal moment in our development trajectory where Ghana continues to experience rapid urban growth and increasing demand for sustainable, inclusive, and resilient urban spaces. At a time when our cities must balance economic expansion with social equity and environmental stewardship, this policy provides a timely and strategic framework to guide orderly urban development. It sets a clear course for building well-planned, resilient, and inclusive cities that enhance the quality of life of all Guineans and position our urban centers as catalysts for national transformation and sustainable prosperity. For us at the Ministry of Works, Housing and Water Resources, we view ourselves as a key partner in realizing the objectives of the National Urban Policy. Given our mandate in the provision of housing, public infrastructure, water resources management, and other essential services that underpin sustainable urban development. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the success of this policy will depend significantly on the ability of our cities to provide not only adequate housing, but also reliable water supply systems, resilient public infrastructure, and climate-responsive urban solutions that support the well-being of all citizens. We recognize that sustainable urban development requires an integrated approach that combines adequate housing with investment in water security, flood management, public infrastructure, and climate resilience. Our cities continue to grow and face increasing climate-related risk. Building resilient infrastructure and protecting communities must remain a national priority. We firmly believe that thriving cities are built on strong foundations, including quality housing, reliable water services, and resilient public infrastructure. Together, these investments drive economic growth, improve public health, strengthen social cohesion, and enhance quality of life of all citizens. It is through this integrated perspective that the ministry reaffirms its commitment to supporting the realization of national urban policy and the development of inclusive, resilient, and sustainable cities across Ghana. My brothers and sisters, as part of this commitment, I'm pleased to announce that the Ministry of Works, Housing and Water Resources has commenced the review of the National Housing Policy. The revised policy will align with the vision and aspirations of the National Urban Policy and provide a modern framework to address Ghana's evolving housing needs. It will respond to the realities of rapid urbanization by promoting affordable housing, climate-responsive settlements, innovative approaches to housing delivery, and stronger partnerships between government, the private sector, and development partners. More importantly, it will support the development of complete communities where housing is integrated with infrastructure, water supply, sanitation, and other essential services. Achieving these objectives will require close collaboration. Urban development is inherently multi-sectorial and demands coordinated action among central government, metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies, professional bodies, academia, the private sector, civil society, and our development partners. The Ministry of Works, Housing and Water Resources stands ready to work with the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy, and Religious Affairs, and all stakeholders to translate these objectives of national urban policy into measurable improvements in the lives of our people. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we launch this policy today, let us remain focused on implementation. Its success will be measured not by the strength of its aspirations, but by the quality of the cities we build, the homes we provide, and the opportunities we create for present and future generations. On behalf of the Ministry of Works, Housing and Water Resources, I reaffirm our commitment to this shared national vision. Together, let us build cities that are inclusive, climate resilient, economically vibrant, and capable of supporting Ghana's long-term development. I wish you fruitful deliberations and every success in the night session of the Ghana Urban Forum. May God bless us all. May God continue to bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for an amazing speech. We learned a lot from the speech. Very insightful, very fruitful. If the chairman asks me what I heard a number of things. The cities are centers of innovation and hubs of development. The growing, so they need to build thriving cities on strong foundations. That we want to see the results in the quality of cities that we build, and the assurance that a review of the national housing policy will align with this new urban policy that we are launching today. Sir, we are delighted. We are grateful. Thank you very much for the food for thought. Another warm round of applause. We also have a message from the Minister for Transport, who is held up by many exciting things. Unfortunately, wanted to be here but could not. So I'm inviting Mr. Eric Tete Addison, Director for Policy Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, to render. Who, the minister came? So why are you giving me hand signals? So, Mr. Addison, where are you? Mr. Addison? Hey, okay. Right. Moving right along. We'll do that. Right. Do we have any thing from Roads and Highways? Any message? Any message from Communication, Digital Technology and Innovations? Okay. If we don't, then we shall make up for time. You said what? It's over. Right. So give yourselves a very warm round of applause again. At this point in time, it is my very pleasant duty to move on to invite Dr. Nimoy Thompson to represent His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana, render the keynote address as a prelude for the official unveiling and launch of the policy and the SLUM upgrading strategy. Dr. Thompson, Chairman, the podium is yours.
Thank you once again. I asked Auntie Esther earlier whether in representing the president, I get to leave here with a motorcade. And she said no, which kind of shocked me because I learned the term decent work deficits from her. So I'm performing a function without all the corresponding benefits. We'll have to discuss it later on. And then yesterday when I was informed that I will be representing the president, I was giving the speech. It was suggested that I make any changes that I want. I said, no way. How the hell am I going to make any changes to the president's speech? Unless you don't know who you're talking about. I worked with him, of course, as the introduction said, as an economic advisor on the JM1. You know, we have JM1 and JM2. And I remember writing a speech for him on the economy. And doing the research, there was a single indicator that proved problematic. It didn't make sense, but it was correct. And I kept verifying and verifying and verifying. So I finally gave the speech to him at the function, actually. And he goes through it, and it was the only indicator that he questioned. So we are talking about someone who knows his stuff. And you dare not touch it. Sometime last year, I think October, we launched a program on maternal mortality. And he gets up there without even reading the speech or anything, and he remembered the maternal mortality rate in 2015 when he was president. He actually remembered that and wondered why it hadn't gone down. and gave us an example of an intervention that he carried out at Dodoa that actually reduced maternal mortality to zero during his time. And so we are very fortunate to have such a person as a president, and I'm of course very lucky to be representing him. I'll begin the speech in recognition of all established protocol. Obviously, I'm reading for the president. So if you hear the word president or vice president, just bear in mind that it's not referring to me. It's referring to him. Good morning. And I'm indeed delighted to be part of this important program on the occasion of the launch of the new National Urban Policy 2026 to 2035, an implementation plan and national slum upgrading and prevention strategy over the same period. Ghana's urban future is central to our resetting agenda. Our towns and cities continue to grow, so must our resolve to ensure that urbanization is managed in a manner that promotes inclusion, resilience, sustainability, and shared prosperity. These two important frameworks will guide our efforts to build better communities and improve the quality of life for all Ghanaians. Let me take this opportunity to commend the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, together with its partners and stakeholders, for the efforts and expertise put together to achieve this feat. This occasion, being organized within the broader context of the Ghana Urban Forum under the theme Resetting Ghana's Urban Future, Thinking Nationally and Taking Local Actions for Inclusive, Resilient and Sustainable Cities, is both timely and significant. It reflects a collective recognition that the future of our country will be shaped to a large extent by how well we manage our cities. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to begin with a personal reflection. In 2012, as Vice President of the Republic, Vice President him, not me, as Vice President of the Republic, I had the privilege of launching Ghana's first national urban policy. That policy represented a bold step forward. It signified Ghana's acknowledgement that urbanization was not simply a demographic occurrence, but a strategic pathway for national development. Today, I stand before you again, this time as President, to launch a revised and strengthened policy which comes along with strategy to upgrade and prevent slums within our cities. This continuity of leadership places a responsibility on me not only to celebrate what has been achieved, but also to speak honestly about what has not been achieved and why. Over the past 3 decades, our country has experienced rapid urban transformation. The urban population has increased from about 4 million people in the 1980s to nearly 14 million people in 2020, and it is estimated to be 20.4 million people in 2026. Ghana crossed the urban threshold over a decade ago, and today, more than half of our population lives in towns and cities, with projections indicating that close to 2 out of every 3 Ghanaians will be urban residents by the year 2030. This transformation has brought opportunities. Of course, urbanization has contributed to economic growth, supported the expansion of the services and industrial sector, and played an important role in reducing poverty. At the same time, it has placed enormous pressure on our systems of planning, governance, and service delivery. Across our cities, we are confronted with persistent challenges. There is rapid and often unplanned expansion of urban settlements. Housing deficits continue to grow and are projected to exceed 2 million units within the next decade. Infrastructure development has not kept pace with population growth. Congestion, flooding, sanitation challenges, environmental degradation, and weak development controls remain visible realities in many of our urban areas. These challenges are not unique to Ghana, but their persistence requires a thoughtful and coordinated national response. When we adopted the 2012 National Urban Policy, we set out a comprehensive agenda. That framework covered 12 thematic areas, 76 initiatives, and 277 distinct actions aimed at guiding urban development in a structured and sustainable manner. The review of that 2012 policy provides valuable lessons. Overall implementation achieved was about 50% of its intended outcomes, which was considered satisfactory. There were areas of clear progress. For example, improvements in urban safety, development of spatial planning frameworks, and increased awareness of environmental challenges demonstrated that the policy had a positive impact. However, the review also reveals significant gaps. Several priority areas experienced weak performance. Affordable housing delivery remained far below expectations. Urban development financing systems were not sufficiently strengthened. Research and data systems to support evidence-based decision-making were largely neglected, and urban governance structures struggled with coordination and enforcement. In practical terms, this meant that many of the interventions did not reach the scale required to transform our cities. The gap between policy and implementation sadly persisted. The situational analysis identifies the underlying reasons for this outcome. It points to weak coordination across institutions, limited integration of the policy into sectoral plans and budgets, inadequate financing arrangements, and insufficient monitoring mechanisms. It also underscores the importance of sustained commitment over time. Let me state with all responsibility that urban development requires consistency and persistence. Policies of this nature cannot succeed when implementation is fragmented or when momentum is not maintained across successive phases of governance. This is a lesson we must all learn and internalize as we move forward. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is within this context that the National Urban Policy and the Slum Upgrading and Prevention Strategy have been developed. They represent our deliberate effort to reset our approach. The policy and strategy build on the foundation that was laid in 2012, but it is also informed by the realities of today and the demands of tomorrow. The policy and strategy are well aligned with global and regional commitments, including the Sustainable Development Goals, the African Union's Agenda 2063, and the New Urban Agenda. The urban policy recognizes that urbanization is not only inevitable, but can be harnessed as a powerful driver of development if managed effectively. At its core, the policy seeks to promote inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable urban settlements. It envisions cities that are economically vibrant, socially inclusive, environmentally sound, and well-governed. Furthermore, this policy recognizes that sustainable urban development must be grounded in the preservation of our cultural identity and historical heritage. As we modernize our cities, we must protect historical sites, cultural landscapes, monuments, and other heritage assets that reflect our collective history and strengthen social cohesion. This commitment aligns with Ghana's leadership on reparatory justice, which seeks to preserve and celebrate the cultural heritage and historical memory of African peoples. Our urban transformation agenda must therefore ensure that development projects promote these assets as important drivers of national identity, tourism, and local economic development, reflecting the balanced and integrated approach at the heart of this policy. This integrated vision is one of the defining features of the new policy. It recognizes that sustainable urban development cannot be achieved through isolated interventions, but requires coordinated action across multiple sectors and stakeholders. The policy therefore adopts a holistic approach that brings together effective spatial planning and land management, affordable housing, economic transformation, environmental sustainability, climate resilience, urban financing, digital innovation, and data-driven governance. It reflects the understanding that these priorities are interconnected and must be pursued together to build inclusive, resilient, and sustainable cities. In addition, it places significant emphasis on financing. One of the key lessons from the previous policy is that without sustainable financing mechanisms, aspirations cannot be translated into reality. The new policy therefore promotes diversified financing, including stronger revenue mobilization at the local level and greater collaboration with the private sector. Another important feature of the policy is the emphasis on digitization and data. You will all agree with me that effective urban management requires accurate information, modern planning tools, and responsive governance systems. In response, the policy promotes the use of digital platforms, geographic information systems, and data-driven decision-making to improve transparency, efficiency, and accountability. At this juncture, I wish to emphasize further the critical importance of digitization and smart city development in this policy framework. Our cities must transition from traditional planning approaches to smart technology-enabled ecosystems. We must deploy integrated platforms for land use planning, digital permitting systems to reduce delays and inefficiencies, intelligent transport systems to manage congestion, and digital public service delivery platforms that bring government closer to the people. Smart city approaches will enhance revenue mobilization through improved data accuracy and expand opportunities for innovation and entrepreneurship, particularly among the youth. In this regard, we must ensure that all relevant ministries, agencies, and local authorities prioritize the adoption of digital tools and invest in the human and institutional capacities required to sustain them. Working with the land sector agencies, we are strengthening urban planning systems through the integration of digital technologies, improving land administration, and enhancing the ability of local authorities to guide development. Under the leadership of the Ministry of Works, Housing, and Water Resources, we are placing renewed emphasis on housing delivery, not only by facilitating private sector participation, but also by exploring innovative financing approaches that can make housing more accessible to low and middle income households. We are also prioritizing climate resilience. Our cities have experienced repeated flooding and environmental stress, and it is clear that we must invest in preventive infrastructure, enforce planning regulations, and promote responsible behavior to safeguard lives and property. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the success of this policy and the accompanying strategy will depend on collective action. Government alone cannot achieve this transformation. Ministries, departments, and agencies must align their programs. The National Development Planning Commission must ensure integration into national development frameworks. Metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies must translate policy into tangible actions at the local level. The private sector must bring investment and innovation, and civil society must continue to advocate and hold institutions accountable. Let me conclude by stating that Ghana's future will be determined by the quality of its cities and living conditions of its people. If we get urbanization right, we will unlock economic growth, improve living standards, and build a more inclusive society. If we fail, on the other hand, the consequences will be equally significant. This policy, together with the strategy, provides us with a clear direction. What is required now is commitment, discipline, and sustained leadership. On that note, it is my duty as President of the Republic to formally launch, or am I ahead of myself? Okay, then I'm going to pause right here and hand over to you, Madam Esther. Thank you very much.
I'm just inviting a warm round of applause again. Yes, thank you. Nimoy, that pen is mine. Don't get clever. That pen is mine. Right. I'm going to invite the Honorable Minister, Works, Housing, and Water Resources, the Honorable Deputy Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy, and then Madam Waltz. Please join the chair, and then you all stand, and then you launch this nicely for us. Thank you very much.
So where are the Okay, and then they have to go around.
Please wait. I'm bringing.
So on the basis of that wonderful speech that I gave, it is my duty as the representative of the President to formally launch the National Urban Policy and Implementation Plan, as well as the National SLUM Upgrading and Prevention Strategy for the period 2026 to 2035. May this policy guide our actions and shape a better urban future for all Ghanaians. Thank you, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana. And as a result of that, both documents are duly launched.
Right, thank you so much. Give them another warm round of applause. Thank you. So, with your kind permission, Mr. Chair, we've come to the end of this part. Ideally, we would have broken for coffee, but I want to crave your indulgence to see if we can do something else. For some reason, my watch has stopped. What time is it, please? Pardon? 11:34. Chair, can I crave your indulgence for another 15 minutes for us to receive solidarity messages from our development partners? And then we have our picture, and then we have tea, and then you come back and let me bully you further. Great. So I want to invite, Chair, I want to encourage you to come down. And then I want to invite Madhuragnath, please, up there. Yes, please. Madam Clementine Daddy, please. Can you? Yes, indeed. And then can I invite Madam Paulina also to come up there? And then there we go. Who's it? Yes, indeed. I just have one more. Yeah, Madam Claire Frost, are you here? Yes, indeed. Auntie Claire, you relax there for me in a bit, and then we'll see how this goes. Right. Chair, with your kind permission, I'm going to ask that we pass the mic around. Unless, Chair, what's your pleasure? The way they're seated nicely, I don't want to bother them to come here. Or do you want them to do that? We should pass the mic around so that they give us the solidarity messages. Are you comfortable doing that? Speaking from the chairs?
I'd just rather stand because my seat is...
A bit on. Great. All right. So, yes, indeed. So then I will relax here. And then, is there another mic? Or is the only mic? Yeah. I'll relax here. And then I'll give the mic. Yes, sir. Yes, please. Yes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam. Sorry, I had to stand because my suit is too tight. I'm struggling there. So, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's really nice to see you all. I have just a few minutes of comments, but I wanted to reflect on something the Chair said earlier about, you mentioned about importance of punctuality. And just to say that I was here at 8:30, and when I went to the holding room, the Swiss ambassador was already there. So we were on time, just in case you're keeping track of these things. We totally agree with your comments. And I also thank you, and also the Honourable Minister, and the coordinating director, for, I think, very transparent remarks, because you said something very important. You said, policy, why is it not implemented? And then the other colleagues and dignitaries mentioned about monitoring, evaluation, and learning. Again and again and again, that was mentioned by the chief director and the minister and others. So I think all of that is very key and resonated with me. And my ask before I go into my remarks is that we're having this wonderful launch, but maybe in 12 months, rather than another expensive launch, we could even do an online review of where we are. That would then be much more inclusive as well. And in terms of inclusive, I also want to say that the convener here, the MC, when she was calling out people's names and asking who's in the room, it was noticeable that when she said civil society, hardly anybody raised their hand. And when she said private sector, hardly anybody raised their hand. So, and I believe all of those people have been involved in the formulation of the policy and strategy, but they should be here and they should also be part of the monitoring most of all. So, sorry, I just wanted to throw those few things out, particularly civil society, the traditional leaders, the stewards of the land, private sector, and many others, but particularly those who the policy is designed to serve. Anyway, with all of that being said, I just want to say that since arriving in Ghana, I have spent time walking in inner city urban areas, in particular Nima and other places in Accra. And what I noticed first about those things, about those walks, was the sheer energy which you can feel. There are small businesses, people getting on with their work, people just running around, going to school, neighbors talking to one another, looking out for one another. I really felt a vibrancy and a strong sense of community in the few areas that I have walked around. But I also saw the pressures under which people live. There was very much crowding, the sanitation was poor, services were stretched, and as we saw recently, a heavy rainfall can lead to a disaster. Now, I do not claim to know any of these communities deeply, but the visits did reinforce a very simple point for me, which is that urban policy and strategy only has meaning if it improves the lives of those people who live in those areas. And that is my main thing here, is that, will it make a difference to those people? I have read dozens of reports, like we all have, but the way that I learned the most about Ghana's urban environment was by talking to people. There's one chap here in particular, a young man called Bashir. Bashir, are you there? Yes, just stand up. Say hello. Yes, so this young man came to my office a year ago when I first arrived and offered, he's a community leader in Nima, and he offered to take me around the city. And he did so, and I trusted him so much, I entrusted him with my nephews. He also took them around. You can sit down, but please talk to the minister later. I learned more from him in that walk than I did from many of the reports I've learned, because he is living in those communities. So I want people like him to be part of the monitoring and evaluation and to say, did the policy work? Did the strategy get implemented as proposed? But overall, I want to say that we at the UN, we're very much welcoming the launch of the new policy and the strategy. It does set a very serious direction for Ghana's urban future, and that future links growth with safety, inclusion, resilience, and opportunity, all the things which His Excellency mentioned in his remarks. The UN is very proud to have supported the process. UN Habitat and UNICEF have contributed to the review of the national urban policy. UN Habitat in particular supported the SLUM upgrading and prevention strategy. And those policies also draw Ghana closer to the commitments it has made through the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, the new urban agenda, and other international frameworks. The important work now, which everybody has said so far, and I'm adding to that, is implementation. I'll just highlight 3 considerations. First, local government must be equipped to deliver. National policy needs to be reflected in local plans, budgets, data systems, and investment decisions. The MMDAs are the closest to the realities of rapidly changing communities, and they require the capacity and resources to respond appropriately. Second, The communities must have a genuine place in shaping the solutions. Upgrading should protect dignity and improve access to housing, services, public space, security, and economic opportunity. We should be working with residents and local institutions, building on their strengths which already exists. And that's why I mentioned again and again young men and women who live in those communities. Third, my third point is that resilience must be built into all aspects of the strategy and the plan. Flood risks, sanitation, waste, land use, housing and transport, they're all connected. And Ghana has very useful resources in the housing profile and climate action roadmap. And there is much scope for practical partnerships around data, planning, investment, and local revenue. The UN country team in Ghana stands at 30 plus entities, and we are all ready to support the government and local authorities and communities, civil society, and we can support in numerous areas such as housing and urban development, climate disaster risk reduction, sanitation, health, employment, social inclusion, digital innovation, local governance, and I would add the monitoring and evaluation as well. And as has been said already, the measure of progress for this strategy and plan will be whether the families in communities such as Nima experience safer homes, better services, and greater confidence in the future. And I thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Food for thought indeed. Now, my pleasure is to invite Dr. Madiragnath to address us, please. Yes, indeed. Thank you. Give her a warm round. Nice warm round. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther, and good to see you all. Honorable Chair, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends, permit me to stand on the established protocols. Akwaba to all of you. I'm privileged to represent the World Bank today at the launch of the National Urban Policy and the 9th session of the Ghana Urban Forum. Let me start by saying that the World Bank is pleased to co-sponsor this event through funding from the Global Facility for Disaster Risk Reduction and Recovery. And we are also very honored to have contributed expertise and funding in supporting the process for the preparation of the National Urban Policy. My sincere congratulations to the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs for the commitment and hard work put into the preparation and launching of the National Urban Policy and organizing the 9th session of the Ghana Urban Forum. Let's give them a big hand. Thank you. So as a passionate urban planner, let me begin by the importance of getting urbanization right in Ghana, which was also has experienced Saharan Africa with close relation will more than double. So under the status quo, what we can expect is accommodating these new residents would require constructing equivalent of 3 new greater Kumasi areas. I see the mayor of Kumasi sitting there. It is going to be massive to accommodate the urbanization and the growth that comes with it. But we've also seen, as Zia and others were mentioning, rapid growth comes with challenges that must be addressed to ensure that urbanization continues to deliver benefits for all Ghanaians. Just to give you a few statistics, there is a huge infrastructure gap that we see in Ghana. The 2019 Ghana's infrastructure plan estimates a staggering $37 billion is needed annually to build the infrastructure that supports economic growth and improves quality of life for citizens by 2047. We all live in Accra, and we know that urban floods significantly impacts both people and infrastructure, and disproportionately affects people living in informal settlements where 90% of the communities are prone to flooding. In Accra alone, flood risk to assets exceed $20 million per year of average annual losses, which is one of the highest in sub-Saharan Africa. We're also seeing that housing is becoming increasingly unaffordable. The current housing deficit of 2 million units is anticipated to double by 2030. Countrywide, the number of people living in slums and informal areas has increased from 5.5 million in 2017 to 8.8 million in 2020. And finally, we see that unmanaged solid waste and traffic congestion are polluting the air and contributing to climate change. most urban households do not have access to waste services and dispose their waste in uncontrolled dump sites or through open burning. Fortunately, the urbanization challenge is not unique to Ghana, but a global issue that has been addressed successfully in other countries and regions from which we can take important lessons. And this is where I strongly believe that recognizing cities as an engine of growth requires a core policy shift. Getting urbanization right is therefore central to Ghana's job and economic productivity agenda. Well-planned cities, we know, reduce the cost of doing business, connect firms to workers and markets, and enable people, especially young people and informal workers, to access services, mobility, skills, and better livelihood opportunities. Cities are not only places where people live, they are platforms for firms to grow, workers to access jobs, and communities to prosper. And this is where I would like to congratulate the government's vision through its national urban policy that sets the right ambition in transforming urban areas into inclusive urban spaces with equal opportunities to basic infrastructure and services, and ensuring sustainable living standards, access to affordable housing, improved urban mobility, climate resilience, and citizen participation in local governance. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I've described what Ghana's urban challenges are and the cost of inaction. I would like to now focus on how we can help achieve it. I present 3 key takeaways. First, it's very important to invest in foundational infrastructure. As part of an area-based urban development approach, we would like to see more integrated package of investments in physical foundational infrastructure like connectivity, power, waste management, housing, among others, that target key locations within cities that can cultivate the emergence or strengthening of job-rich clusters. Second, take advantage of the inherent attractiveness of key locations to pursue their integrated area-based urban development plan through public-private partnerships. This is where we see Ghana can leverage city peripheries as locations for public-private partnerships that bundle large-scale urban development with special economic zones, drawing on what we've seen and experienced in East Asian countries and other African countries like Ethiopia. And the third area is strengthen local government and local institutions and municipal finance. Ghana's decentralized administration system has strengthened over the past decade, but many decisions and financial resources remain concentrated at the national level. This is where greater local government autonomy will require stronger governance capacity and a significant increase in internally generated revenues, which currently only account for 25% of total municipal revenues. This is where cities and municipalities have potential to expand their own source revenues, mainly through 2 channels: increased property taxation and land value capture through public assets and land redevelopment. So in conclusion, I'm honored to be here for the launch of the government's vision for urbanization. The National Urban Policy offers the potential to unlock economic growth and job creation in Ghana's cities, but its success hinges on strong partnerships, particularly with the private sector, to turn strategic recommendations into impactful actions. The World Bank stands ready to support the implementation of the policy, working closely together with the government of Ghana to ensure that Ghana's urban areas grow in a way that is livable, resilient, more inclusive, and prosperous for all. I wish you all a very successful forum, and from the World Bank, I would like to say Medase.
Medase. Right. So, Madam Clementine Daddy, please, it's your turn. Country Director, AFD. Give her a warm round of applause.
Thank you. So permit me to stand on the well-established protocols. Dear all, good morning. I keep my remarks brief. First, I would like to congratulate the government of Ghana and especially the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs for this launching today. This is a critical milestone and a strong signal of leadership, as we all stated. The theme of this year forum, resetting Ghana's urban future, thinking nationally and taking local actions for inclusive, resilient and sustainable cities, could not be more relevant. Over the past months, Ghana experienced devastating floods, actually. The devastated storms and heavy downpours made it abundantly clear that rapid urbanization brings pressing challenges, from unplanned spatial expansion and infrastructure deficits to disaster risks and social inequality. At the same time, my own city, Paris, has been facing record heat waves, while a large part of France is still burning, actually. Climate change is no longer a future threat or a figment of the imagination. It's our present reality. So having worked for several years on climate adaptation projects around the world, from Colombia to Sri Lanka, I've seen one recurring pattern. Too often, cities act only after disaster strikes, like a wake-up call. We cannot afford to wait for the next crisis, actually. And this policy represents exactly the kind of shift in mindset that is needed, planning ahead instead of reacting afterwards. At the French Development Agency, AFT, we strongly believe resilient cities are built through long-term partnership, as we are all testimony here, integrated planning and strong local leadership with the youth, actually. You'll be the actor of today and tomorrow. Urban development is not just about infrastructure, it's about creating cities that are inclusive, resilient, and able to thrive in the face of growing challenges that we share worldwide. For nearly 45 years, AFD, the French Development Agency, has been committed partner to Ghana. With more than 226 million euros invested across urban development, energy and agriculture, we are proud to support solutions that strengthen both cities and community and fight for more resilient territories. As this new policy moves into implementation, our commitment remains strong. We know that resilient cities require both hard investment, such as flood management, waste management, and green public spaces, and equally important soft investment, it has been stated as well, stronger institutions, local capacity, and empowered communities. Infrastructure alone does not build resilience. People and institutions do. The French Development Agency stands ready to continue working alongside the government of Ghana, local authorities, civil society, the private sector, and communities to translate this ambitious vision into concrete improvements in people's daily lives. Success will not be measured by the quality of these documents, even it matters, but by the cities we build together and by the lives we improve. Thank you. Merci beaucoup, Mesdames.
Thank you very much indeed. I believe it's time to listen to Madame Janine Wells, SECO. Give the woman a warm round of applause for me. Yes, indeed.
Great. Honorable Chairperson, please allow me to stand on existing protocols. And also, please allow me to stand on the context that was so nicely said from the UN, World Bank, and AFD. I would just start directly with the solidarity messages coming from Switzerland, because Switzerland is really pleased to have supported Ghana's urban development and also decentralization efforts over the years. And our long-standing partnership is not only built on one pillar, but even three. So I'm happy to highlight that we have given development cooperation, either directly to the ministry or also through implementing partners such as the World Bank or GIZ. But I think there are other strengths that Switzerland could or has given and will continue to give to Ghana and share it. It's the contribution of our Swiss academia, such as the ETH or the University of Lausanne, which help to promote research, learning, and exchange of knowledge. And also, I'm really pleased that Switzerland has expertise and innovation in the private sector. And we not only stand for punctuality, but also for quality and high price that comes with it. So we are really pleased that also the Swiss private sector can be part of the urban development in Ghana. So, Chairperson, while progress has been made in some areas, the complexities of urban development and the rapidly urbanizing Ghana demonstrate the need for accelerated work. While today is the launch of the National Urban Policy, tomorrow that will then translate policy into action and results. We trust that this will complement broader national development priorities such as local economic development and, of course, decentralization. So let's seize this opportunity to engage constructively and lay a strong foundation for Ghana's urban development. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. Thank you. Fabulous. Thank you very much. At this time, I invite on your behalf the Head of Infrastructure and Sustainable Development of the European Union Delegation, Dr. Paulina Rosas. Yes. I will learn. My apologies. Yes.
Thank you.
Apologies.
Honorable Chairman, please let me also stand on the existing protocols. I'm the last one, and I promise you to be brief. However, I don't know if I will beat my Swiss colleague being precise and brief, but I will try. Honorable Ministers, member of the Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure for me to join you today at the launch of Ghana National Urban Policy and the night session of Ghana Urban Forum. On behalf of the European Union, I warmly congratulate the government of Ghana on this important achievement. For the European Union, sustainable urban development has long been a cornerstone of our development. Across Europe and the world, we have learned that well-planned, inclusive and resilient cities are key to the economic growth, social cohesion and improved quality of life. Many European cities, such as Bilbao, Lyon, Essen or Barcelona, have successfully transformed their former industrial or deprived neighborhoods into vibrant, green and well-connected communities through We believe that the same integrated approach can support the sustainable growth of cities in Ghana. And indeed supporting the European Union joining the hands with all the member states, European Union member states present in Ghana, we are partnering with you for a total amount of 390 million euros to support integrated urban development, including urban planning, solid and liquid waste management, recreational space. The National Urban Policy provides a strong vision for the future, particularly through its focus on sustainable urban development and upgrading of deprived areas. Now we have an excellent opportunity to support Ghana's ambition to build greener, more inclusive and more harmonious cities by working together to translate this vision into practical action. Beyond investments, there is another area I would like to emphasize today. This is the strengthening the link and connection between the up-to-date urban data will be essential to ensure that future investments are guided by evidence and respond to the greatest needs, particularly in the current fiscal context. Together with the Ministry and the Ghana Statistical Service, the European Union is determined to support the finalization of a focus on informal settlements, urban mobility and access to basic services, while ensuring that the data collection remains manageable there where they have the greatest impact. So in my last words, I just would like to emphasize that the European Union remains a committed partner into tangible improvements in the lives of all urban residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claire Frost, Head of Programs.
Colleagues, so I am the last one standing between you all and tea. We will make it quick. We will stand on existing protocols. I am pleased to introduce myself. We're a little bit of an outlier from the rest of the of the panelists, because CLGF is a network which brings together ministries of local, we deliver programs and projects, we bring together research and policy advice, and we network our members in Ghana. So we, of course, are delighted to be here, taking part in the 9th Ghana Urban Forum and to support the launch of the National Urban Policy year anniversary of the UN's new urban agenda, which was reviewed, in fact, earlier this month in New York. And while, of course, it highlighted some progress, it's been slow in the implementation of these urban commitments. And I think, you know, the reason that we're here today is that local governments are really on the front line, ensuring that those opportunities are available to people at the local level. But they're often doing this without the matching financing and legal powers in most countries across the Commonwealth, and I think the new Urban Agenda Review also stressed more widely globally. And so how do we really put those human, financial, and technical capacities that local governments need into their hands to address the challenges of our 21st century? In fact, I would say this last 10-year period has really solidified that we are in a global environment of polycrisis, where we're reacting to pandemics, cost of living and fuel crises, ongoing regional destabilization through wars and other conflicts, and the increasing frequency and severity of national disasters. So local governments need the tools to be able to address these global challenges in their territories. And policies like the one being launched today are key to begin enabling that, and those need to be followed up with the enabling legislation and powers and mandates to take action, but also to come together in a multi-stakeholder and partnership environment, as we saw from the people around the table and the groups that we want to have present here today. So at the Commonwealth level, CLGF has been active through the Commonwealth Sustainable Cities Initiative, which brings together a and as we heard some of the statistics about urban growth in Ghana, the Commonwealth is quite similar. 50% of the new urban population, as we think about how we make healthy, safe, green, and equitable communities for the future. In 2020, CLGF and its CS Sustainable Urbanization as a key for leveraging the Commonwealth and its networks to better support improved governance, financing, skills, and capacity through both peer-to-peer exchange, but all through the mechanisms of intergovernmental exchange. Multi-level governance and multi-sector partnerships are essential for the delivery of a very small program, but which is focused on supporting local government in to operate in a more integrated manner to address the polycrisis at the local level. And this EU-funded work will hopefully deliver some practical examples of how MMDAs can address these challenges, address both economy, inclusion, and environment in a joined-up manner. We're looking forward to sharing those in hopefully our annual follow-up meeting of the Urban Agenda's implementation. So I'd just like to close on the final point for me, which is on leadership and leadership for the delivery of these objectives. It will take very strong leadership at all levels to ensure the success of these policies being launched today. CLGF very much looks forward to the Commonwealth in Antigua and Barbuda later in November, as well as in our own Commonwealth Conference, which will be taking place next March. I thank you very much for the opportunity to address you and wish you a wonderful conference.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, all my speakers. You've given us a lot of food for thought. The number of things that have been running through, the efforts at integrating our efforts, the need to be able to make sure that we deliver integrated approaches. The issues of partnerships have come through very strongly. The issues of capacities that MMDAs require, the fact that all of these efforts should reflect in the dignity of the lives of the people, that climate change is no longer a future threat but a reality. We cannot afford to wait for the next crisis. The fact that we need to be inclusive and resilient in order to thrive, bringing in all the various parties, public-private partnerships, private sector, CSO, traditional leaders, more inclusive monitoring of this policy delivery, the fact that we are aiming for excellent, greener, more inclusive. The issue of data, the Urban Observatory, looking at the successful transformations that have taken place, leveraging the research and the lessons, and also looking at sharing lessons. The suggestion was made for perhaps an online review a year now, and the critical question of leadership. Thank you so much for the food for thought. Give all of us a round of applause. Chair, I was aiming for 12:15. Just a bit of slippage, but we'll see. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to have pictures, and then we'll have tea, or whatever it is that, gets your sugar up. Sorry, the president talked about sugar seriously last week, so scratch the sugar part that I said. So take the picture, do whatever it is that human beings do, and let's reconnect here at about 1:45. Is that feasible? It should be. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm going to hand over to my colleague.
So thank you, Mama Esther, Honorable Ministers, Chief Director and Directors of the Ministry, distinguished participants. As indicated already, we are coming to have, so we have the chairman for the occasion, the Honorable Minister for Works, Housing and Water Resources, the Honorable Deputy Minister, the Chief Director, and Mama Esther taking the first photograph. So the space is being cleared for that. Please indulge us briefly. I'm also informed that the snacks are served outside, so that can also go on concurrently. Just as you step out of this facility, the snacks are served there. So the chairman, the Honorable Minister for Works, Housing and Water Resources, Honorable Deputy Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, the Chief Director of the Ministry, and Madam Esther Ofe Abuaje will take the first photograph. Once they are done, the development partners will join them, so they will not move. We are having the photographs right here, just on the podium. Please, I crave your indulgence. As I mention your name or your designation, please do well and join us in front here for the group photograph. And those that I have not mentioned and who are also in front of where we are coming to have the photograph, I kindly indulge you to get us the space to do that. We are taking the group photograph, so please, the Honorable Minister for Works, Housing and Water Resources, Honorable Deputy Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, the Chief Director of the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, The chairman for the occasion, Dr. Nimoy Thompson, please. Please, can we clear the aisles in front of us so that the photographers will have the opportunity to do their work for me, please? I beg you. The others will join, so please, if I have not mentioned your name, you will join them later. Dr. Nimoy Thompson, Chairman, please, we need you around. MMDC should be getting ready. They are not joining now. They are not joining now, but they should get ready. Okay, so please, the first group first. So this is the first. The administrator of the District Assembly's Common Fund and directors of agencies and departments under the ministry should get ready and join them on the stage just behind them. The administrator of the District Assembly's Common Fund, the LUSPA director, directors of the ministry, please join them for the photograph. Prof. Awache, all directors of agencies and departments under the ministry and the directors of the ministry, please join. Please, the MMDC should get ready. Once this is done, they join them for the next photograph. All MMDC, yes please. MMDC should get ready and join. MMDCs, please join. Photographers, please endure just a few seconds. Some are joining. We need all of them because this is a memorial photograph. Ladies and pretty, to give us smiles. Thank you, all of you. Thank you so much, and God bless all of you. Thank you. Please, the MMDCs, I plead with you, you alone, if you can have that photograph for us, you alone. The MMDCs alone. The MMDCs alone, Ima. The MMDCs alone. Please, can you clear the space for me? Thank you. Thank you. All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. So please, let's be taking the snacks as quickly as possible. We are reconvening here at 1:45. We are coming back at 12:40. 45. So we have some 25 minutes break.
Parliament for the good people of Banda, and many important things besides, is here with us. The ice is still on his shoulders, but I think it's in summer, so there's no ice in Washington. he should address us. Okay, great.
Like I always said, our meritorious mother, who is an expert and is still alive, teaching us local governance, Mama Esther Ofe Abwaji. Thank you. Our distinguished chairman, the Dean of all Chief Directors, members of the Diplomatic Corps, who have been our long-standing development and donor partners. In the trenches, you've been with us. Everywhere, you've been with us. My brothers and sisters from the various institutions, our hard-working MMDCs, colleagues, ministers, members of parliament, friends from the media fraternity, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Let me begin by rendering my sincere apology. In fact, I will travel with the world I was supposed to go to the World Urban Forum. In connection with this, I made my deputy minister go to represent me at the United Nations. In 2 weeks, I was also invited to come with the president of Ghana to Washington. That one, at that time, deputy was there. The president said I should go with the vice. So I went with the vice president to the Washington, D.C. meeting. My flight was supposed to land here exactly 8 o'clock, so that 9 o'clock we start this. Yesterday we were in the airport and they said the plane had a battery failure. I said, wow. So it's not only Ghana Airways. United Airlines to having battery failure. They say wait for what? They will not tell us the truth. They say wait for 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. So we ended up taking off at 9:45 and coming here to land here at 12:08. So if you see me coming at 12:20, the fault is not totally mine. But there is a saying that man proposes and God disposes. We are still human. So it was a technical failure by the airlines, United Airlines. That is why I'm late. So pardon me for that. But that notwithstanding, I was following events and I'm so excited by the number of diplomatic corps who are here. It tells you their long anticipated launching of these two policies that we are doing today. They need it for their planning. They need it for everything. And also to tell you, we are not many. We were 123. Ghanaians opted for 60 ministers. We were supposed to be at Takrady too, and my deputy was supposed to represent me there with the program with the Western Regional Minister and the importation of the head of the former warrior King Badu Bonsu at Takrady. So my deputy too was supposed to be there. And both of us were supposed to flee in this morning just because of this program. You can imagine. But that doesn't tell us to postpone. I was discussing with Pasa, and I said, but Pasa, we can't postpone this. We have more than enough expertise. Mama Ofe Abwaji is there, you Pasa, you are there, Nimwe Tonsi is there, Odu Smoke is there, the donor partners are there. Why should you, Professor Awochi and Co, we are all there. Kwejo, distinguished Kwejo Ibwa, Luspa Boss. But we have the Dean of all Chief Directors. So but the Dean of all Chief Directors is Primus Inter Pares. He's more or less like a minister. So why should we defer this? Let's go ahead and launch it. And thankfully, everything. I was listening to the chief examiner. When it comes to local governance, we have 2 chief examiners in this country, Professor Kwame Nawe and Ofe Abwaji. And she told me that, Minister, it has been excellent. That enough was a heartwarming news for me. So to conclude, I must continue to thank you. And I cannot just even thank you. To thank you for your patience, your presence, your contribution, your endurance. And to sum it all, our chair who did the launching on behalf of my good self and the president, even if not this, he would have taken me to Gabon for a bilateral discussion. So you can imagine what we go through. We are all multitasking. Even as I'm standing here, there's a 3-line whip in Parliament on major policies for me and my deputy. So it's like leaders of the country, we don't sleep. We are multitasking every day, everywhere. So thank you for joining us to launch the National Urban Policy and the National SLUM upgrading policies. And these two things will bring a major shift in our development landscape. By this, I had a promise from the Minister for Finance already that come this third quarter or fourth quarter, he's going to give us some financial clearance to do some recruitment of expertise. And it is not going to be just a general recruitment. There must be professional recruitment to make sure we strengthen some of these phases to be able to get the needed spatial planners, the needed architects, the needed engineers to drive this, so that people will not build them for us to go, we are going to do demolition. We are not interested in demolition. But if you don't have the necessary quantum of development and spatial planners and architects and engineers who will do the planning to make sure that the technical men who will do the inspection, we are the only country where engineers from assemblies are those who go for develop this inspection of building inspection. You need technical inspectors who will be doing the inspection, spatial planning, to know whether the buildings are built according to plan and layout. And that's why we are here. So I will not talk too much. One is to thank you. I was given 2 minutes. I wanted to surprise the chief examiner, but I said I will do it in 1 minute. But still, I'm still asking for more papers. Thank you, and may God bless her.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. It was worth waiting for, worth listening to. We are grateful, and we honor your commitment demonstrated at every turn to this cause to make what we provide at the doorsteps of our citizens relevant, responsive, and dignified. Thank you very much. Good. Now, I'm happy you are here. This policy that we launch. What is in it? What is in it? Now, I want to invite 2 gentlemen. Planner Samuel Seth Pasa. When I was a child, you didn't have planner this and planner that. Okay. Samuel Seth Pasa and Kofi Kekeli Amedro. I want them to take up their places up here. Give them a warm round of applause. I'm going to give them 15 minutes each. It was 20. I've shaved off 5 minutes to come and tell us what is in those 2 documents that we just launched. I need you sit up there so that you can perspire. Who is going to start? Okay, then come down. You are lucky. Like you sit there. Great. So basically, Papa Pasa, 15 minutes. Give it a shot. Good.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ofei Abuaji, my mentor and whose tutelage we have come this far. So we are still guided. So I don't want to talk much about the policy, but just basically to thank Honorable Minister for safe travels. Once I saw you, my heart has calmed down. So we thank God for his traveling mercies. On behalf of my team, I want us to deep dive into the policy, basically what the policy entails. I've done this presentation to development partners, but once we are here, we want to know what is in there. So we don't want to bore you. Basically, the objective of the presentation is to show you what we envision in the policy. What are the highlights on the strategic shift? What is so different? I was speaking to the chairman, Dr. Nimoy. He said, so what happened after 2012 when we launched the maiden NUP? So I said, a lot has happened. Sometimes we don't count our blessings. A lot has happened, but there's more to be done. Because if you don't count your blessing and you don't project what you have done, sometimes you will think that you are not growing. As a country, we are growing. And there's a natural growth in this country in terms of population growth or cities growth. So
there's a policy shift. The paradigm has shifted, so we want to tell you what it is. And the framework, and basically to see government commitment to this policy. So the background basically told about population threshold. As planners, when you wake up or you think that every thinking you are doing is people-centered or people-oriented. You don't plan for trees, you plan for human beings. So the population is a factor, but over the years we classify our urban centers based on only population threshold. But the conversation has been during consultations, are we glorifying our cities? Are they glorified villages, or they are really cities? So when you use the scaleogram in terms of knowing what variables, in collaboration with our partners, Ghana Statistical Survey, we want to redefine our urban centers using other variables. That is what is in the policy. We have crossed the urban divide. Special, but I'm happy that at this moment we have LUSPA on the table at NDPC when they are churning out or kind of fashioning out the guidelines for plan preparation. And I'm happy DG is here, and we are happy that it is happening, that you have to express your development in a specially orderly space, or especially planned cities, because you can't just have a list, shop list. I will construct this without knowing where you will put them. So we are happy that it forms part of the urban planning issues. Then we talked about fiscal pressures, weak urban economy, increasing housing deficit. We talked about all these things. But one thing we should emphasize on is governance and safety measures. In fact, when you look at issues in the urban centers, the most pressing one is who is the city mayor? Who is the manager of the city? How can you say you are a city mayor and you are not dealing with the urban governance issues? So it is one of the critical things we identified in the old. And going forward, the paradigm must be shifted, that if I'm calling a CEO of Kumasi, then I must envision, I must be futuristic. That's when I'm no more the mayor, honorable. How will Kumasi remember me? That's all you should think about. If you are no more the mayor of Kumasi. Because they said, under somebody who is not, but he did a lot in Kumasi. You remember? I don't want to. So why do you have so many degrees, professors, and we are not getting it right? What is the issue? It's about governance. So we will dwell on that, yes, within the policy. So the policy basically is to talk about inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable settlements. But what I want to emphasize here in terms of vision of the policy, livable cities. When we were in Baku, it rained. The city was flooded. After 2 hours, the city came back. Sponge cities. That's why I'm happy Minister talked about recruitment of experts in the districts. This after this policy, the fanfare, we at the ministry, we can only monitor. The implementation is local governments. We can only monitor whether you are doing, whether you are taking cognizance of the vision in the policy, the goals in the policy, the objectives in the policy, and factoring it in your action plans. I remember we formulated the LED policy. District said we are waiting for intergovernmental fiscal transfers. It's from day one, it means that we didn't understand LED. Practices. Guidance with my chief director, we said we have the policy as a justice platform, and we will be reporting on it annually. And once we are making progress, you will see where we are, baseline established. In the next 10 years, of which some of us will not be in the service, we will know where we have come to. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Hand over to see. Let's make progress.
Okay.
15 minutes.
Okay. So that saves me some more. All right. Before I delve into the actual presentation, I think there is a key or critical issue I want to bring up. When you look at all the advanced countries that we hope to be like in terms of planning, how their cities are. If you take the UK, for instance, there is the concept of planning gain. So when these real estate agencies are building lots of real estate, they dedicate some percentage for low-income housing. You go to cities like Austria, Vienna, their capital. Even as we speak, more than 50% of their housing is coming from social housing. However, if you come into our context, for Ghana, we are saying that if you are poor, you are a low-income earner, go ahead and find your own housing. And if you really want to structure the urban setting, housing is a critical thing which government or the state must be involved in either directly or indirectly. And with that, if we focus on that and then our planning, transportation and other issues Pladapasa has mentioned comes up, then we are able to achieve the type of livable cities and settlements we want to attain. Okay, so basically I'll take you through the background of the preparation of the NSUPS and then look at the international as well as the legal frameworks which we focused on the expected outcomes. Next. So when you look at urbanization in Ghana, it has been talked of earlier. As far back as 2010, almost 51% of our housing, urban population were living in urban area, and this actually increased to nearly 60% by the close of 2021. And the UN Habitat projects that by 2030, this figure is going to increase to 65%. Unfortunately, with our urbanization trajectory, what we've realized is that the urban growth has actually been outpaced by housing provision, infrastructure development, and basic services. And that is what actually culminates in the inadequate housing, the slum formation, the mushrooming of informal settlements. Moving on to the actual documents that were the National Housing Policy and then the multiple medium-term development frameworks that have been prepared in the past. And what we've realized is that with all the slum upgrading strategies we've been undertaking, they've been very fragmented, disjointed, and because of that, we really do not get enough impact in terms of the upgrading as well as housing provisions within our local context. Next. Again, we reviewed a number of global strategies as to how sustainable development is well done, slum upgrading and prevention strategies, and what have you. So the technical working group on the airman, which is under the document, and there were consultative engagements right from the national level, the regional level, to the district level. Next. From the what have you were analyzed. We looked at the Land Use and Spatial Planning Act as well as the Local Governance Act, which talks about housing, adequate housing provision, decent housing, and what have you. And then from there, we looked at the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDG 11, that talks about sustainable cities and decent housing. And then the new urban agenda, as well as the Africa Union agenda, which focuses on, lastly, we analyzed the Global Action Plan for transforming informal settlements and slums. At the national level, as Dr. Nimoy Thompson earlier indicated, we also focused on the Ghana at 100. That's the long-term plan for Ghana. National housing policy, which the minister hinted that we are going to review since it's been over a decade and not much has been implemented. Next. 25% of the population, African population, actually lives in slums. And this translates into almost 1.1 billion, twice what happens globally. So you can tell that the slum formation, the informal settlements coming up within the African context is more than double what happens in the world. That means we have to double up our steps in addressing these things. And when you come to the global responses to slums, in the past, when slums are there, governments have ignored them. The next thing they do is they usually undertake dislocation or evictions, which really do not address the housing challenges they have. There's been site and services schemes undertaken, but they've been very piecemeal. So in terms of scale, they do not really change the housing scape in terms of what we really want to address. But now, globally, it's been accepted that slum upgrading should be one of the key focus of African cities or centers within the African context. Next. We realized that about 4.8, nearly 5 million of people living in urban areas are actually living in slums. And this translates to 1.2 million households. And that is almost a third of the population living in urban areas, which is increasing as we speak now. And within the Gama alone, or the Greater Accra metropolitan area, we realized that as much as 265 pockets of slums were identified. That means we have lots of work to do if we really want to undertake upgrading. Next. Next. This was not the last presentation I actually gave you. Anyway, that's fine. We also identified some generic types of slums within our country organically, like Gamasi, Tesi, and what have you. And the migrant slums are what we usually find along the Tema motorway towards Asaman, where you have lots of kiosk estates cropping up. And all these people, we have to find accommodation for them. Next. Next. So, tackling slums in Ghana, what are the key initiatives? One basically looked at Accra, Tamale, and Ho, focusing mainly on the profiling them. And then the participatory slum upgrading too actually happened in the Accra metropolitan area within the Gamasi areas where they did lots of alley pavements and what have you. We've also had the GAM project as well as the slum upgrading facility, which resulted in some mobilization of funding. But in all, what we can say is that what we've been doing with these piecemeal approaches is really not coordinated, and there's not been a strategic. So in doing the analysis, we identified key thematic areas pertaining to slum formation in Ghana. And the issue of urban infrastructure and basic services, we all know, just like we know the problems of agriculture in Ghana. So with that, I will not talk much about. Urban planning framework was also identified. In the past, once a community was identified as slum, we were not really focused on going on to engage the community and prepare plans that will solve their problems. The issue of housing is also one of the critical issues, as I mentioned earlier. The state has been almost absent in the past 2 decades. As I indicated, even developed countries, they are still pushing for social housing so that people can really live decent lives. And after New York, the whole world. So that should tell you that if the state does not come up with innovative strategies like developing, creating of the state being involved, either directly or indirectly in housing, if it doesn't happen, we will do the clearance, the low-income earners will still find their ways going to live in marginal lands. And when the flooding comes, that is where we'll be discussing planning every now and then. Or we will come back here in the next 10 years and we'll be singing the same chorus. So for us to really make massive gains, as well as the, prevent the proliferation of new ones. So that is the goal. Where we have our NEMES, our slums that are in very bad situations, we want to ensure that low-income earners get some rental accommodation and other forms of accommodation so that it reduces the number of slums that will be coming up. The main thing on inclusivity and participatory decision-making. Most often than not, when we talk about preparing these slum upgrading plans, you have lots of technical people coming in, they sit and design the plans without engaging the local or indigenous people. But if it comes to the actual design of the infrastructure, for example, tactile pavements for persons with visual impairment so that they can walk. As we talk now, in the whole of Ghana, I've never seen a single tactile pavement anywhere. But we keep talking about inclusivity. So if I'm visually impaired, how do I walk around my community? So this strategy is really focused on inclusivity. We are not just talking about the rhetorics, but the practical aspects of it. So that when the slum upgrading is done, the people within the communities will really have decent lives. And again, we are talking about more catalytic and impactful projects. We do not want to do the business as usual where we talk of slum upgrading projects and then you see some agencies running to go and put up some astroturf. We are looking at long-term incremental approach to solving the challenge of some slum upgrading at the district level. So this is something long-term, and I was happy the minister talked about reviewing the housing policy so that it actually helps with some of these projects. Next. Possible that you can do in situ upgrading. We want to ensure that through land swaps, land readjustment, sharing and outright acquisitions, this can be done with the landowners or the property owners so that the actual people living within the slum. Okay. So we also want to promote slum-sensitive urban planning, as I indicated earlier on. The normal standards we use, student architects, students planners, so that the costs involved in coming up with these solutions will not be too high, and it will be something that is practical. So the terms of money, if within 2 to 5 more communities, and not the next, last one. So this is the implementation plan. Last one. So this is the implementation plan. We want the ministry with relevant MDEs like Works and Housing, LUSPA, the actual ministry with relevant MDEs like Works and Housing, LUSPA, the actual implementation of these slum upgrading plans. What authorities, civil society, and
I've also inquired. I hear and giving you copies. So and again, you can scan. So and again, you can scan. Those of you with yams are not included. You can set the panel. Okay with you. Then you write if there are critical issues that you still don't for you. So I just want us to get the opportunity to unpack it further. Is that okay with everybody? All in favor say aye. So it gives me enormous pleasure to introduce a panel to speak on the conference theme, Translating National Actions, Bridging the Gap, the singular honor, Dr. Audrey Smoke Amwa, Director General, National Development Planning Commission. Warm round of applause. Honorable Richard Ofo, haven't met him yet. I'm also going to invite Dr. Santiago Esquiel Ariel, Senior Urban Specialist, World Bank of Public Administration, University of Now, chair and sit here and look at them. 4 minutes to tell us whatever you into local actions. What you want to share with us, your thoughts around it to each one of you. Then we do lunch. Is that Piero? Please bring the chair here so that I believe in eyeballing. Who's come through the ranks? You. How can we make it?
Please. Thank you very much. The fact that this policy is timely. We couldn't have had it at a better time as a successor to the, in a collaborative manner with a number of stakeholders coming together to contribute to the entire document. Because we realize that issues relating to urban development doesn't sit with one sector coordination, and that is the decentralized plan. The regional level is each particular issue. Tests have prepared their medium-term plans. The plans are running based on the national policy, but they have an opportunity on an annual basis whilst preparing their budget to work on their action plans. So look at their plans and then how they can fill in any gaps that have been identified when they relate what they put in their plans to the policies, and then use the annual action plans to identify. On the bit about M&E, if the document is implemented, Commission coordinates implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. And this enables us to tell the national story in the... How do we do this? We bring the report, and when we collate them, it gives us the annual progress report. So whatever will be implemented from this reporting mechanism, resources. Because of that, we are supposed to prioritize that you don't get all your planned revenues are released. What are priorities? Spaces are concerned when we saw problem being solved. Very well, we have the medium-term policy shared addressing urban issues, for which reason it's in line with national priorities. We expect unity on an annual basis to the entire document. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor of Kumasi, the national has spoken in the hope that we'll be able to translate our plans, give it the local. 2 documents have been presented. You are sitting in Kumasi, you're in the news, I've seen your picture. What's going on, and how can you run with these documents?
Thank you very much. Let me thank first and foremost the ministry has implemented items for government person. Sitting in such forums is not new for me. We sit, we speak nice English, we take that we run with our local government system programs. Been appointed by and is governing for 4 years. I've come to this forum, I've seen that all the items that has been put in the 2 documents, urban cities, and projected. So I'm going to carry the document as been prepared in this document and show closer look at as my comes after continuation at institutional Thank you.
Implementation partner, but also as an implementation partner, but also as an we going down.
Good afternoon.
We going down.
Good afternoon for this document. I know it took a lot of time for this document. I know it took a lot of time and support. For our point of view of development partners, this is like a policy. Our point of view of development partners, this is like a policy, which I think it's of course, it's like who is here to go and get financing to start this investment now, and on the way to have the money to start the investment. So the investment, and useful is one of those key issues. And I think on private sector will only come. It's not just hypothetical. It's not just hypothetical question. We can go around the
installments, contracts. for institutions and office holders responsible for implementing the operations, bad performance. That have been made repeatedly contain specific the who is responsible. Why that NDAs in the contract should be something that should be very clear in terms of what each office holder is required or responsible for doing. Number two, responsibilities must be assigned across the entire delivery chain. The probability or likelihood that implementation is going to lack, implementation is going to suffer, is very, very high. Number three, we must think of performance targets, which must require us to move beyond our current practices where power or responsibilities are decentralized, without and ineffective to impose obligations on MDAs, while central government, for example, continue to retain control. So accountability must follow power, where authority and resources remain at the center. Central institutions must also be held accountable for implementation or non-implementation. Can be independently verified. Verifiable performance indicators. Institutions should not assess their own success. We need to have independent ways of verifying success and failure. Otherwise, if we require MDAs and various institutions to assess their own levels of progress, as we do in some cases, I don't think we are going to stimulate any behavioral change as far as these contracts are concerned. The fifth is that the results from these agreements must be publicly disclosed in a form, as Engineer Person mentioned, the assessment, the initiative that is being supported by the EU that can allow us to do some kind of comparative assessments as to where things are going. Sixth and finally, in terms of what the kind of features that this performance construct non-performance. Otherwise, everything else will go back to square one. The bottom line of the point I'm making is that, generally speaking in real life, but particularly in the public sector, we must all remember at all times that in other mechanisms that will provide them.
I'm going to give the opportunity. Is that okay with the Kelly said, Madam number 4?
Thank you so much.
Okay.
I'd like to react to your Kumar, the implementation for successive people. Such meetings must have we are in today, tomorrow we are off. To the planners, the very people who they are off. To the planners, the very people who the work there, the spin advance is around the corner. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Fabulous. Thank you, sir. Number 2, MC Gan West. Second West. Good. Yes, sir. Give my mic for me, please. Okay. Sorry, there's one.
Right. Thank you very much. I must say that we, the MMDCs, we are very grateful for our leadership, especially Honorable Ahmed. Everything we see here describes his personality. He's a go-getter, an achiever, and we are all his mentees. We will never disappoint him. Being practical, I would suggest that per the common fund allocations, we have percentages for each sector, what we have to do. For us to be able to put this into speed and ensure that it doesn't become a policy document, to look at it as a mirror, we could consider a special funding whereby an allocation will be made towards social intervention or housing to upgrade slums. If that happens, and I know at the end of the year, they judge what we do with the monies, and such monies can go into solving social housing problems. And by that, in the 10 years, 20 years, we can get somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable MC, I think the minister is firmly on your side. So that's something. Yes, number 3. Kekali, is that you? Yes, indeed. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the opportunity once again. With regards to the implementation, I think one of the key issues has to do with financing. And the panelists indicated that. Personally, I feel that the way the District Assembly Common Fund is structured currently is quite problematic. Because the NDPC will assist the District Assemblies to prepare medium-term plan, painstakingly doing situational analysis, prioritizing activities and all that. But just as it stands now, when it's being issued out, each district is given the same kind of solution. Let's say 5% to sanitation, 10% to water. But per the medium-term plans they prepared, there are specific issues they prioritized. So if you are now doing pro-rata basis that all districts undertake this project, all districts undertake project, then it limits the implementation which the government has funded to prepare the medium-term plans. So in that context, if I'm, let's say, whole West, what I might need might be issues related to health or housing or slum upgrading. And someone in Greater Accra might probably be looking at flooding. And then secondly, from the national perspective, finance should follow plans. NDPC plans that they've prepared, national infrastructure plans, LUSPES, spatial development framework, those are the things that we've paid experts to prepare long term. So if financing is coming in, finance should follow these plans so that you know that you are going straight to achieve that. But finance will be rather dictating what will happen, which most often than not are really not in existence in any plan. So being honest and truthful, if we really want to make impact, these are the pragmatic steps we need to look at going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Tomorrow there's a whole session on financing. And I think the Common Fund Administrator will be here. He's doing some very interesting things, and maybe he'll share there. Right. Number lady 4. Good. Right.
Yes, thank you,
But everybody thinks they are a priority. You think infrastructure, everybody. Social protection, we all think it's a priority. Madam, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Irene Yabua, and I would like to add my voice to everybody saying this is very timely. And we hope and pray that.
Where are you from?
From Construmat Africa. Yes.
What's it then?
Construmat Africa, it's a consultant firm.
Oh, okay, great. Go ahead, please.
Yes. Now, my question will be to, sorry. Okay. My question will be to Madam Audrey or Honorable. Yeah. Given your experience, now everybody is almost pointing to the MMDs. So I'll be happy if that, given your experience, you can single out maybe the biggest challenge or barrier to implementing these policies into action, if there is any, and then in the next year or two, what should change so that we're able to see actions on the ground? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right. So my panelists, I think you heard it. Honorable colleague from Kaswa says that library may not be necessary. Even a virtual storage of documentation records may be useful, but we need to be able to invest in bringing more people on board, like the planners and so on, so that we carry it forward. And again, the orientation of the people that you want to benefit. Then again, your senior colleague from Ghana West, or no, your colleague from Ghana West, he's my senior colleague, not yours, is talking about an allocation of a special vehicle, maybe from the common fund, a certain, earmarked facility. And then also, Kekeli has a problem with the way he's also talking about financing and all of that. Whether common fund, the way it's structured and everything is problematic. Now, the lady is saying, what is the one big challenge that if you nip it in the bud will change? Gafaro, as they are talking, I want you to be thinking about the people, their sentiments, and how we can engage them and bring them on board. Right, give them a mic. Audrey. Okay, Honorable starts, then Audrey can.
Okay, for me.
And then also look at some of the financing issues, including user pay, because some of the issues was about mobilizing local contributions. Okay, Honorable, start.
For me, the biggest challenge would have is land ownership. Land ownership is going to be a very big challenge. From where I come from, all the slums that are in Kumasi, not one of them, apart from those that are on the railway lands, not one of them is on a government land. All of them are either located or on private properties. All of them have no land ownership, and its use is going to be a major headache for beyond financing. Financing, it is a headache, and just as Santiago indicated, financing and funding, it's going to be a major issue. If we were to use the common fund, the whole of this year, I'm thinking, what is coming to KMA? The entire allocation is 35 million cedis. How many housing units can that put up? The whole of the amount that is coming to KMA for the year is 35 million cedis. How many housing units? If we were to look at the affordable housing that we describe in Ghana, I'm not sure you can give us more than 10 housing units. And so the issue of financing has to be looked at critically, and we must properly identify where to get it from to do that which we want to do.
Yes, Audrey.
Thank you very much. In the current policy framework, we have a focus area under governance and institutional development, attitudinal change, and patriotism. Beyond the financing, we can be given all the resources, but if we maintain the attitude that we have had towards work in the past, all the monies will be available to us, but we wouldn't be able to identify the success that we want to see. So this focus area is attitudinal change and patriotism, loving our country such that wherever you are put, you are giving off your best because you love your country. If we look at the flooding that came, a bit of the problem had to do with our waste management, and we generate the waste, and handling the waste became a problem so much for us that we left it to nature, and then the rains carried them to where we didn't want the rains to carry them. We have launched a document, 2 documents today. Let's talk about the documents. Let's disseminate the documents so well that every stakeholder is responsible and knows what his role or her role is. And then because we are being patriotic, we will deliver on those rules, whether there are performance contracts which we have signed or not. We love our country, we'll be able to work. If we look at the one on slum upgrading, 2 photos, where would we want to live? This side or the other side? If we are to make a choice, we would want to live in the very clean area, but the change must begin with us. Thank you.
Okay. One ultimate reflection on the financing part and whether we can make it or not. I think there are very good examples here in Ghana of how to deliver a national urban policy at the national level. And there's a tradition also how to work, whether the system can be improved. You have a way to align national policy with incentives to deliver at the local level. And I think the World Bank has been supporting the Ghana Secondary City Support Program, which is finalizing right now, but this is a model there. You can take some lesson learns, which use result-based financing, which I think is really important, because that finance that also use independent verification can measure which municipal assemblies are performing better than the other ones and who are delivering. Once you deliver, you get more finance. And also it's a structured way. You start for the planning part, Once the planning is right, you can then access to project-specific financing. If you deliver on the project, you can follow up for an additional project, and you start building. And this could be also a good model if you're going to advance like a national SLUM upgrading program. And I will encourage really to start using those models you already have, trying to improve it. And again, don't lose this train, like this huge effort that has been accumulating knowledge and capacity building for institutions, so everyone who comes new know how it's going, because there's a program in place, a national program with very clear roles and responsibilities, as I saw in the screen. Everyone knows what they need to do. There's a clear way of funding. It's like with the national government will put some part, local level will put some part, and you start working with the streamline of a pipeline of projects. Because also you need to sign with the private sector where you're going so they can come with you. Because as I was going to say, the implementation of SLUM upgrading projects is very complicated because of the local firms doing the job. But if you tell them, like, look, there's a national program, there is a funding, there's a financing, we're going to do this in 10 years, 20 years, because it takes time, they'll start investing there because they're not going to be a business for them. So I will really encourage how to think how we're going to move for the implementation national, and I will really look for what you've already been doing, and not to lose the opportunity to be all together here to ask the right person to put some more funding into it. We will put the finance if it suffers there. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Prof, I give you the last word.
Okay.
I lied. You can talk about anything you like, including the biggest challenge.
Okay, so you had asked about also issues of citizen participation, which is where I think I would focus my conversation. And I think it's important or helpful to figure out how we can build stronger social accountability mechanisms into the implementation of these various initiatives as a way of complementing formal auditing processes. I mean, partly because in many cases these formal auditing processes often take place after implementation is actually completed. I think one of the development partners reps pointed to a gentleman from NEMA, the importance of incorporating citizens in, I mean, especially at the level of monitoring. So consider, for example, SLUM upgrading programs incorporating initiatives like community scorecards, public expenditure tracking, which is something that used to be led by several civil society organizations in this country, the issue of social audits, or even citizen monitoring teams, in a way that would remind policymakers or duty bearers that their actions and inactions are actually being monitored on daily basis. I mean, such processes or initiatives can facilitate the effective implementation of these two important policies and strategies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Give my panelists a warm round of applause. In this short period, they've covered quite some critical areas of intervention. I want to bring this to an end because we're supposed to have lunch at 2:10. However, I'm going to give the mic to the Honorable Minister to wrap up. But I'm going to ask Director Pasa to take the mic to the Minister. If on the way he stops to say something, I will put a blind eye to say it and then go ahead.
Thank you very much. I just want to bring to the fore the issue of technical budget hearings and the NDP's presence in monitoring the MDA's budget presentation. So maybe in this policy, maybe during budget hearings, before the ceilings are given, your inputs at the technical hearings will also make the implementation of the policy feasible. Yeah, so I want us to push it more.
Thank you very much, Mama Esther. Let me begin from what the Professor Gafaro said, that in this world, people do what is inspected and not what is expected. It's on that basis that the Local Governance Act 936 specifically mandates the Minister of Local Government to give a guideline on how the DACF should be utilized. If you come to the Ghana 1992 Constitution, Chapter 6, it talks about the directive principles of state policy. And these are things that are expected of the leaders of the country. And government is mandated to provide to Parliament within 2 years through the Director General of National Development Planning Commission. So as a state, there's a direction on which we are going. And the directive principles of the state policy mandate government to take steps on how to provide certain basic necessities to the citizenry. These are the items that are used to provide the guidelines. And the guidelines are always given on DACF. On your IGF, we always make it free for you. On other part, on D part, we sometimes, even when Pastor and his team, through the head of local government service, wanted to go and give some guidance to the assemblies on D part, they refused. And the bill of quantities that they have brought, we are having challenges. The donors are not trying to accept them. But they are using the hard-paying tax money from their people to come and give to you. And therefore, they want to know how you are going to use it judiciously. So the guidelines, and they are not cut and paste. If we give it to you, we say if you have other options, come and seek for waiver. If you don't bring the waiver, do you think that when I bought this suit, if it was bigger than me, I would have been wearing it like that? I would have taken it to my tailor to make sure we cut corners for it to fit me. So if we give you one straight jacket and we say, look at your size and come for waiver, and you don't come, do you blame us? And when we were going around, Mama Esther, I'm concluding, when we were going around, you could see that some assemblies are doing very well. Others are not doing that much. So we've just begun and we are working. But like the mayor said, if you give KMA 35 million per year and you say they should use some for housing, the whole 35 million to do housing in Kumasi, how much is it? But we went to Morocco, to the Adoha group, myself and DACF. We wanted to go and look at their housing policy. We went there. They wanted to come and build housing, affordable housing, social housing in Accra. But the problem was what King Zuba is saying, land. So they left Ghana and went to Cote d'Ivoire. Cote d'Ivoire, the land is owned by the government, the state. So they'll be able to build about 50,000 houses, skyscrapers in Cote d'Ivoire. And if they show you that these social houses are in neighboring Cote d'Ivoire, you will be shocked. 50,000, they are building about 100,000 housing units. And they build they build different kind of houses. By here, the land tenure system is the problem. So I'm always finding a way of how do we think. You can't take the land from the chiefs, but how do we collaborate with them, like the Director General has said? Is collaboration, coordination, and relationship. If you, the mayor, goes to the king, give me land. Why is that the Roman Catholic people everywhere they have lands and government doesn't have land? Roman will go for the land when nobody expects that the land will be prime area tomorrow. Then they will go and acquire a large tract of land. So every assembly can think that way. You go outside the town, then you go for a large tract of land. Then if your aim is social housing, then you'll be thinking that. We wanted to bring them here. They said they are not contractors. If we have land, they will come. So now that this policy is being launched, we'll think through and see whether we'll be able to bring them once again. But we cannot make our sister country, Cote d'Ivoire, more attractive destination for housing developers, and we will be here thinking that the land belongs to Nananum, and we will not be able to, then we'll be developing slums. Thank you very much. These are the few things I want to say for now.
Honorable Minister, the land and the... Anyways, I think we've had a good panel discussion. I want to dissolve this assembly for lunch. It's 2:21. I want to give ourselves an hour, but I need you to come back because there were references to the Urban Observatory. I want you to come back after lunch. Let's listen to it and what it's about. Have a bit of discussion. Then we go home. I promise you, after that, I won't bother you again. You will go home. Yes. So I'll invite my PRO friend to tell you about the modalities for lunch. Then we go to lunch. 3:30, I'll be here. We'll have the discussion. If Joseph Aitio misbehaves, I'll remove him. By 4 o'clock, we are gone. Good. Thank you.
Your team is panelists as well.
Oh, my panelists. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Mama Esther. Honorable Minister, distinguished personalities, a quick announcement. For the lunch, I'm informed by the protocol team that lunch coupons have already been distributed. So what is going to happen is that the ushers are already by the gates. When you are having, if you are having a yellow lunch coupon, they will take you upstairs to one of the restaurants, and those with the purple coupons, there's also another restaurant down there, and the ushers will lead you to those places. So if you are with a yellow card, you are going up, and if you are with a purple card, you will be taken down. The media should wait here. Thank you very much.
Right. Okay. Bye. where 2 or 3 are gathered, a conversation can be had. So please, let's see. Let's very quickly, because I promised you 3:30. Yes. Let's see who is around, and then we can have a bit of a conversation. Who's it? Yeah, what? So we have to, because one said, if we start early, we can finish early and go early. That's the thing. Hello. I can't see. As you know, this one here is my personal punishment. I can't see. Shall we? Very quickly. Let me see if I can find somebody I know and ask them to sit down. Hey, yes. Are you all set? Are you all set? They will come. They will come. But what I want to do is, I'm counting maybe 3 more people, and I'll shout. It'll be good. Don't worry. Prof. Prof. I want you to critique this guy till he runs out.
Obviously, he's part of the process.
Done, so that we are very fortunate this afternoon to have a technical presentation on the Ghana Urban Observatory, the Ghanan Urban Observatory. I want to invite Dr. Joseph Aitio, lead consultant, expertise France, EU Sustainable Cities Project, to give us a flavor of what it's about. He's going to do about 25 minutes. Yeah. But he also wants a good critique. He wants a good critique. So Dr. Ahmed, please stand ready. Or you to your inside. You to your inside. Everybody I'm asking is inside. All right. So stand ready. Farouk, I hear you to your nose inside some. This is awful. Right. So I want a spirited input into the presentation. So, Doc, please, your audience. We are happy to have you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Given that we have returned on the back of heavy meals, I hope that we will have enough energy to discuss some more. And please feel free to stop me and ask clarifications, but I'm happy to take questions at the end of the session. My name is Joseph Aitio. I am supporting the Ministry of Local Governments and the Ghana Statistical Service to advance what we call a National Urban Observatory. And this is being supported by the European Union delegation in terms of financing, and then in terms of project. I'm speaking on behalf of Expertise France on the project called Sustainable Cities Project. Now I have to you have to help me with the changes. So, given the context of the presentation this morning, much of the lessons we learned from the previous policy, the 2012 policy. The 2012 policy was that, well, just before the new policy, 2020, the new policy that is being launched now came on board, there was a study that diagnosed the extent of progress of implementation of the elapsed one, and then identifying what caused or what limited or constrained the intentions to be achieved. And that also led to us appreciating that the need for a new policy should come along with the process of cities and development partners advanced or implemented a number of programs and activities. Whether or not this was coordinated and reported in a way that will let us know to what extent the policy was achieved was difficult to appreciate. And so one of the lessons we learned from the previous policy is the fact that we need a way of tracking progress to know whether the policy is bringing about the kind of change that we envisage and have articulated, whether the specific policy objectives are actually being implemented in the manner and way in which we have come to elaborately publicize them today. And so the observatory was launched, or the idea of the observatory was muted to help us track the new urban policy annually, midterm, and also by 2025 to know whether we have made progress in terms of the policy objectives, the strategies, and the activities. But also to be able to appreciate where those implementation activities are happening and whether they are advancing the kind of spatial equality that we have proposed as one of the foremost objectives in the urban policy. And then to find a way of learning before the policy even comes to an end. If we are able to track our steps, then we know where to direct our actions. And so this is the background to why we are actually developing the urban policy. And I'm hoping to be able to share with you what the urban observatory is about, the attempts that have been made, and what we intend to achieve with the National Urban Observatory. So in the course of the presentation, I'll share with you these highlights, and then I have a few challenges that I would like your support in brainstorming around. And so the context, because we are already familiar with the results that the census showed from the 2021 census, we have a very good appreciation of the fact that our localities, urban localities, are growing rapidly, to the extent that we hope that by the end of the urban policy implementation, that's 2035, more than 60% of us will be living in places we call urban. Now, for the period of this conversation, if I say urban, it is based on the understanding of what urban means, that more than 5,000 people living in a locality. And if I use the word city, please, I'm using it interchangeably as the administrative boundary of a municipality. So I'm sure somebody will ask me what the definition of a city is later on, but please, for the purpose of this conversation, don't let us discuss what a city means in Ghanaian context. So I'm speaking in the context of administrative boundaries when I say a district, a municipality, and stuff like that. And the 2021 census did tell us that although we are urbanizing rapidly, it is not equal, or it's not even. two regions actually form the bulk of our urban residents. The Greater Accra region and Ashanti region have more than, in Accra, more than 90% of us live in what we call urban localities. In Kumasi, or in Ashanti region, over 60%. But you also have regions that are below, where more people are living in rural enclaves than in this thing, in the urban localities. So that translates into how we plan for urban services and our urban infrastructure. And so we are struck with the responsibility of tracking whether the new policy will be able to achieve its aim. And the reason why we failed before, or why we need the urban observatory in this sense, is because at the moment we are aware that the bulk of most of the information we get is administrative information from the local authorities, administrative data, where they report on the annual progress reports. The different departments prepare their progress reports on the process of the medium-term development plans. And if you are not involved with the local authority, you may not have access to that information. Ghana's Statistical Service similarly generates census data, surveys, but it sits with them to the extent that you only get access to it if you have a relationship with that kind of data. Other development partners also prepare and support project implementation, but if you don't have privileged access to these local reports, you may not have access to that. So we have a lot of data sitting out there. Our responsibility moving forward is how to bring all of that data together. So we are not producing new data. We are finding a conduit or a channel to ensure that data produced at the local level, regional and national level, whether by public sector or private sector or research entities, all comes together through one space, such that if I'm an academic and I'm looking for data on urban issues, or a development partner as to what data exists, I know where to go and look for that information. The police service should not have to rely on the fire service, a colleague at the fire service to get that data. The police should be able to access data directly from that conduit. Ministry departments should also be able to access data without having to rely on their friendliness with individuals in those agencies. So we have struggled to get data in one space, and the Urban Observatory is hoping to be able to get this data consolidated. And the reason why it's even more critical is the fact that in the absence of knowing the progress or the performance of particular local authority, we tend to continue to implement our programs based on the information available to us. So I try to share this by highlighting that if I don't know whether a particular neighborhood lacks a particular service, what happens is that I develop my medium-term development plan and then propose that I need to put in a CHIPS compound because the assembly member has advocated that we need a CHIPS compound. Perhaps the threshold needed to establish or maintain a CHIPS compound is not established. And so I end up still investing in a CHIPS compound because the most vocal assembly member has pushed for it. So we end up putting money in those places that perhaps already have resources and neglecting those localities or neighborhoods that need those resources the more. And so we end up mistargeting our allocation of resources. But also then it happens that we have what we call the lock-in cost, because then you keep investing in those areas that are the most loudest in terms of advocacy and not allocating our budgeting based on the requirements or the needs that we would have done. So the essence of getting the data available to inform the decisions we make is basically what we are looking forward to. So just before the policy was launched, the ministry instituted or commissioned a group of consultants to prepare what we call a baseline. And for the purpose of this conversation, I call it the National Urban Policy Baseline. The baseline was to establish what the current situation is in terms of access to services and in terms of the foundation on which the urban policy would move on from. And the baseline was done and validated in 2025, and it establishes the current situation in terms of access to services, in terms of the policy objectives in the urban policy and what the current situation is, so that by 2035 we are able to tell where we are. So the baseline is like today, what the situation is. In 2035 we will be able to extend that. We are able to tell, maybe the chairs have covered some of the numbers, But the baseline did show that when it comes to access to electricity, the first bar, it says nationally, more than 95% persons have access to electricity. The second bar talks about access to water. More than 97% have access to water. So here we are measuring whether you have access or you can get water to drink or use domestically within 30 minutes of round trip, or if you, within 30 minutes within your reach. That means access to water. And then the others, I don't remember now, they are covered. So I don't recall. But what it means is that whilst we know that access is high for electricity and water, we also have to appreciate that access to water does not necessarily mean it's reliable, because you may have a borehole or you may have a tap, you may have a connection to Ghana Water, but that water opens only once a week or sometimes even once in 3 months. So our ability to monitor whether there is quality and frequency of that service is what we should be interested in. And to the extent that we know that those who say they have access to water rely on started water for consumption rather than the Ghana Water. So that gives you a nuanced appreciation of some of the information that we have and where we may be concealing some weaknesses in our system. When we look at data on housing based on the census reports, we have about 1.8 thousand deficits, and we keep propagating that nomenclature. But what we also know is that when we did a study in Greater Accra, more than 14.6% of the developments or the properties that are there are vacant. But we say we have a housing deficit. So there is this conflicting appreciation of conflicting information out there. But that's because sometimes we look at the high level numbers without appreciating the details. To the extent that in terms of affordability, less than 10% can afford the cheapest property, which is $45,000. And so you have, when it comes to mobility, and I've tried to show that more than 45% of us travel or access our work by foot. But we plan Accra for the purposes of, or we plan Accra to enable car transport. And so when we have the data, it may influence the way and manner in which we think and plan. And that is the purpose for which we are hoping to bring all this data together in one consolidation. And so the urban policy does tell us how fragmented our data is, although we have the data, how fragmented it is, and our appreciation of it requiring a nuanced approach. So in late 2024, the European Union delegation did support the Ministry financially to start conceiving the idea of a national urban observatory. And that initiative, I must indicate that is born out of the new urban policy. The urban policy actually articulates the need for it and did highlight what it needed to achieve, except that we are trying to then deliver how it was articulated. The urban observatory is supposed to help track progress of the national urban policy, but also track performances of the local authorities that are expected to localize this urban policy. And so it's expected to have 4 dashboards or 4 models. We are able to determine or to detect particularly how urban services are performing. So when I did mention about access to water, our urban mobility situation, access to housing, that level, how we are performing in that regard. And so the 7-level model allows us to compare and to determine how we are performing in regards to those sectors. Also at the district level, you should be able to tell, if I take particularly, let's say, Tamale metropolitan area, I should be able to tell what the access, quantity, and frequency of flow of water is in Tamale metropolitan area. Waste collection, when you talk about frequency of access to waste collection services, how much waste is generated, what proportion is being recycled, all of those details, I should be able to tell and view that as in a snapshot, looking at the dashboard in Tamale metropolitan area. And that will allow me to compare how Bolga is performing, how Ewutu Senya is performing in regards to those particular indicators or those particular services. So you can measure and track progress at the national, regional, and district level, and even beneath the district level, at the neighborhood level, you should be able to tell, when I say access is good at the district level, what does that mean at the particular neighborhood level, at the local level, in my neighborhood? Is it everybody that actually has access, or is that access concentrated in particular areas? That's what the service level indicator allows us to see, and it will be overlaid with spatial maps that allow us to then be able to zoom down and see at plot level, at parcel level, at neighborhood level, at district administrative level, what the situation is. So I'm able to appreciate services in that regard. But we go beyond services. We are also interested in planning related, spatial planning in particular. And that's why we have the climate resilience model. We are also interested in tracking the flooding situation in neighborhoods and at the district level. We are interested in tracking open space and environmental quality at the local level. And that is essential because as a planner at the local level, I'm interested in knowing whether the plot or the neighborhood in which I have prepared a local plan, which aspects of the neighborhood are vulnerable to flood. And so when I'm issuing a development permit, I know in particular which areas are developable and which areas are expected to be left undeveloped. And so the climate model allows us to overlay the vulnerability situation of the local administrative area and at the national level with the service level and then the spatial level models. The research model attempts to provide a platform where data generated from the analysis that the observatory will do, as well as data generated from research actors, will be consolidated so that if I want to access a research output by any of my colleagues in a more and easily understood manner, I can go to the urban research module to consolidate that information. When the DC mentioned that when I leave here, well, when I'm no more in power, where will the policy be? This is one of the instruments that will serve as a library of some sort, an electronic library for some of these records to be available in relation to urban. And so it has these models, and I've used this slide to try to showcase what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to collect data from the local level. When I say the local level, I mean the at the district level, integrate that data, and that data mainly administrative, spatial, and climate data. It will integrate it from all the 261 districts, make that available, and that data, when it's collected, will be standardized, and I would speak to the standardization and ensuring that it is consistent. What I mean is that when Ghana Water says that they have when Ghana Water says 60% of a district population have access to water, it's different from when Ghana Statistical Service says 60% have access to water. So from a policy perspective, with those differences, I need to standardize the definition of what access to water means. And here is the thing. When Ghana Water says 60% have access to water, what they mean is that they have laid pipes, distribution lines to the neighborhoods. So if you are within that distribution line, you are considered as having access to water. Whether water is flowing in your house or not, that is out of the question. However, when Ghana Statistical Service says a particular household has access to water, it means that that person has access to water from Ghana Water, has access to water from a borehole nearby. Our intention is to standardize that understanding so that when the ministry says access to water is 60%, the understanding is the same, regardless of whether the data is coming from Ghana Water or community water or census. So we standardize that data, we analyze and visualize it through the models and the dashboards and the urban observatory application. And so that will visualize through indicators, and I'll speak to those indicators, through maps and perhaps through charts and graphs that will allow you to see live insights on how we are performing. In some instances, we should be able to also forecast or develop scenarios, especially when it comes to climate situation, so that I know that a particular locality has a flooding vulnerability currently, and if I implement these actions in 5 years' time, will that vulnerability situation have reduced or changed? And if I don't do anything, what will be the vulnerability situation in 5 years' time? So it allows us to foresight and provide actions at present day. And then, of course, the research and capacity elements that I spoke to you about, we will have opportunities to develop training models and guidelines that will allow us to know how to use the data and how to use the urban observatory to inform our local planning, medium-term development planning processes, and our everyday decision-making process. Like I made mention about an instance of the development planning permits, where and how to locate, if you are issuing, what conditions should go with the permits, because I'm informed that this locality now is now flood prone and things like that. So I say that it is one platform but has use for a number of entities. The Ministry of Local Government is the lead entity that would lead the utilization of the observatory because they are coordinating the implementation of the urban policy. The Ghana Statistical Service is co-leading the process by providing the quality assurance and technical backstopping. And so both entities have been working hand in hand in the way the design and implementation of the observatory is going. So when it comes to standardizing the indicators and the data, training and hosting the statistical bits of the observatory, that will be Statistical Services' responsibility. The NDPC, of course, will then ensure that the indicators are used to measure and track how medium-term development planning process is going and whether or not we are aligning with the national agenda. LUSPA, of course, has the spatial planning inputs and in terms of the plan preparation, guidance of plan preparation, and the geospatial database that would inform how we spatially manifest these analysis. And then my almighty MMDAs. These are the key users of the observatory, because the administrative data and spatial and climate data will be collected from them, but also when it is analyzed and projected, it is these MMDAs that will use this data for their everyday decisions. So in terms of planning, budgeting, service allocation, and investment, and it is these entities that are particularly supposed to be interested and will become the end users. Of course, my media and development partners, of course, you want to know whether the urban policy after 1 year has met its target. Where do you go to know that? The observatory will allow you to go and have a national perspective, because we will generate state of the urban report nationally. Cities MMDA scorecards will be prepared in terms of the urban performances, so I can compare how Obutu Senya is doing in relation to TEMA for a particular sector, for all the sectors, and in various years and things like that. So it allows me to compare performance, but also allows me to compare even within that MMDA, within neighborhoods, how each neighborhoods are performing within particular years and over different years. And for development partners, you want to know where the services are deficient, so that when you are putting money in a particular local authority, you can be informed or advised that indeed Tamale is deficient in water services. But I'm not just giving it to the Tamale metropolitan and saying use it. I'm also knowledgeable that there are particular neighborhoods that are deficient, so the investment should go to that particular neighborhood. And then when I'm dealing with Bolgatanga, I know Bolgatanga has a waste management problem and not water problem, because the data tells me that. So my money would go for waste management as a program rather than water, because the data allows me to appreciate the deficiencies across the two entities. And so I have a dedicated slide for MMDAs to showcase how they will be using it. And my interest is that MMDAs will produce the data on services, land use, and climate adaptation, but will also be able to annually provide that data through the district development data platform, which most of the local authorities are familiar with. So I don't want the ministry to every year go to the ground and say we are collecting data. The district development data platform would have a model where, and we are developing that, we'll have a model where every year, as you generate the data, you are able to upload that data on the platform. Our interest is to retrieve that data and then analyze it, so that you don't become burdened in terms of data production. In terms of validation and quality assuring, the district validation committees, along with the Ghana Statistical Service, so the data from DDP goes through Ghana Statistical Service for quality assurance before we analyze it, so that what is put out there is considered public information that is referenceable and quality data, so that you don't have chaff put out there. Our interest is that in the short to medium term, the medium-term development plan performances should be assessed by the indicators. So the indicators, or the service level indicators, will serve as the mechanisms to know whether your medium-term development plan is making progress or not. At the moment, our annual progress reporting focuses more on compliance and then whether how many projects have been implemented and where they have been implemented. But whether those projects in particular have led to an increase in access in frequency of services or not is what the indicators will be interested in measuring, so that tomorrow our budgeting will be informed by that, and then of course planning and budgeting subsequently. In terms of the technicalities of the observatory, in terms of the architecture, and then the software issues, I won't bore you with that, but the intention is that it will have a dashboard with maps, reports, and APIs. When I say APIs, what I mean is that the observatory will not operate as a standalone entity, but will retrieve information from existing platforms like DDDP, like the LUMNIS. We have the land use planning and management information system, which is being developed by the ministry as well. That's more like a digital platform that will allow local authorities to do digital planning or plan with QGIS. So the data or the map outputs would feed into the observatory. So the intention is to draw information from MDAs, local authorities, and other MDAs, MIS platforms that different MDAs have. And of course, a platform would automatically compute change detection, urban foresight, and then analyze the systems through, of course, I can't go by not mentioning AI. There will be some AI bits that will allow you to automatically generate reports and platforms. And so this is just basically to give you a visual impression of what we are looking forward to. In terms of progress, we have moved from conceptual appreciation to started to implement some bits and pieces of what I'm discussing. And so I'll show you some bit of evidence around that. So institutionally, we are setting up what we call the Urban Observatory Desk or an Urban Observatory Secretariat. I use the terminology desk because nomenclature-wise, the ministry says we should use the term desk. But you can capture in your mind that it's a secretariat that will be responsible for running the Urban Observatory in terms of ensuring that local authorities generate the data and utilize it, tracking the urban policy and the day-to-day administration of the observatory. We have nominated staff who will be manning the observatory. We are in the process of equipping offices to allow them to operate fully, and I'll share with you the timelines in this. And it's seated at the the Ministry of Local Government, but with representation from the Ghana Saska Service, NDPC, LUSPA, and then some other MDs who will be operating full-time on this desk. I already spoke about a baseline report that was prepared by the ministry, which sets the tone of where we are. Now we know where we are. We are now interested in tracking how we are going over time. We have developed an indicator framework, an urban indicator framework that was drawn from the MAE framework for the urban policy. But out of the 141 indicators, we couldn't implement all. We have prioritized 94 of these indicators, and we have attempted to pilot these 94 to see whether local authorities can automatically or can routinely provide data to track or to feed these indicators. We have, like I said, we are not building from scratch. We have the DDDP, the LUMNIS, and then Ghana Saska Service has a stack of data available to them. We are connecting with the Ghana Saska Service Lake House to be able to draw from all of this. We have even signed an MOU between the ministry and the Saska Service to allow access to this data and the quality assurance processes to come into play. In terms of the architecture, those who are developers might appreciate this. We have an architecture designed as to how the data will be collected and computed. We have a developer we have procured who is expected to deliver the application to get all of this done, and I'll share the timelines with you. Please, next one. So these are the 94 indicators that we prioritized. They capture our assessment of city context or the demography issues, economy, municipal finance, urban safety and welfare, land use, urban mobility, housing, and so on. And these are specifically capturing the various thematic issues in the national urban policy. The 8 policy objectives are all finding their mechanisms in these thematic areas. And there are a number of indicators that will help us track how these are progressing. These are photos showing some of the field work we have done in the piloting activities. And we tried to pilot these 94 indicators in 5 MMDAs. Ewutu Senya, Tamale Metropolitan Area, Bolgatanga, Techiman Municipality, and then Ho Municipality. We randomly selected or purposely selected 5 MMDAs to find out whether their existing capacity and data production competencies would allow them to provide data that will enable us track their progress over time. So that tomorrow when we launch the observatory, we are able to tell whether these districts, please go to the previous slide, whether these districts have the data. And our feedback was that Tamale, to some extent, was able to provide more data for all the indicators compared to the others, and the graph shows that. In terms of the thematic areas that we had most data from, when it comes to municipal finance, a lot of districts keep very good data around revenue and municipal finance. So we're able to provide, to feed the information on all the municipal finance indicators. And then when it talks about city context or basically contextual information, more than 80% of the indicators were fed. Land use planning, sanitation, and solid waste were well represented. But when it comes to water, energy, housing, urban mobility, and flooding, the data was very, very porous. So those are the sectors that we are having the most difficulty. And part of the reason is that services like water and energy are provided by agencies that are not necessarily within the ambit of the district authorities. So you have to have some data sharing agreements with them to allow them to provide that data. The data exists, but it is not easily shared with local authorities to be able to help us collect that data. When it comes to housing, apart from the census, there's no particular mechanism or process that allows us to know the housing stock annually. So we have data from the 2021 census on housing, but beyond that, we don't have places where we can get housing data from. So that's our difficulty. When it comes to economy, which was more surprising to me, we know the GDP of the country, but we don't know the GDP of particular local authorities. So KMA, what is the GDP of KMA? Issues like that. Employment, how many of the residents in KMA are employed? What is the unemployment rate? When you talk about business permit registration, that information exists, but they don't collect it. How long does it take to register your business? And things like that, how to get a permit. Those details were very hard to come by. When you talk about urban mobility, forget. How many people have access to public transport? Indicators like that. Where are the public transport locations? Public transport, where are the bus stops? Indicators like that. We have not put our minds in urban mobility planning. So the data about mobility is either survey-based or project-based, but we don't collect the data routinely. So those are some of the difficulties we had with these sectors. So our intention is that we should be able to use the indicators and the information derived to generate the dashboard. And then when you go onto the platform, so I'm giving an instance of Bolgatanga. When I go to Bolgatanga, the dashboard for Bolgatanga, administrative area, and I'm looking for the built-up area per capita, I should be able to see the situation as of 2021. And we use 2021 as a baseline for the purposes of this analysis. I know this is a boundary for Bolgatanga. The red highlights are the built-up area. I'm comparing that with 2025 to know whether the built-up area has increased over time or has reduced over time. And I can tell that the built-up area per capita, for instance, has increased by 14.6%. What that means is that each individual has consumed more land than necessary. And so the per capita built-up area has gone by 14.1%. The implication is that more land is being consumed by one person than should be the case. And so if this trajectory continues, they will eat more into the greenery available to them. And we can also calculate the land consumption efficiency, which we did, and we can tell that 2.3%, the ratio of land consumption to population growth gave us 2.43%, which means that each individual, the rate at which land is consumed is higher than the rate at which we grow population-wise by 2.43%. It tells you that the ideal thing is supposed to be 1, so that as population grows by 1%, land is also consumed by 1%. That is the benchmark. But in our instance, in the case of Bolgatanga, it grew by 2.43%, which means that we are doing worse. So it should either be 1 or less. For a planning, you are interested in that because it allows you to then know how to constrain or contain your built-up growth, and then to do a lot of infilling. When you talk about proximity, indicators that measure whether there are enough schools, pre-primary. I'm done. These last 2 slides. Okay. All right. When you talk about access to schools, the benchmark is that you should not go more than 1 kilometer to get access to a pre-primary school, based on our planning standards, and you should not go more than 3 kilometers to access a basic school. We are able to tell where the locations of these schools are and the population that have access to this, and the shaded areas show that we are doing very well when it comes to Bolgatanga. So the intention is that with these indicators, you can look for a particular municipal area, and based on these indicators, you can tell how they are performing over time, and then be able to draw some analysis for planning purposes. Out of the 94, we know that 60 of these indicators had good information that we can run with immediately, and then the rest of the indicators require some bit of fine-tuning, and then there are some indicators that it will be almost impossible to get data for immediately because they require some serious investment. So we will start with the first 60, and then we would upload them to the observatory for work. In terms of next stages, we hoped to extend the pilots to more than the 5 that we did. In that regard, we have corrected the errors that we detected from the pilot. We intend to build them into digital platforms to allow them to, please the last slide, to allow them to get onboarded in the observatory. We will share some governance, data sharing agreements between the ministry and then other MDAs like ECG, police, and then other service providers that will allow them to provide data to the ministry to track the progress. Like I said, the Urban Observatory desk is being set up. We are equipping them along with the regional MMDAs to allow them to utilize the program, the platform, and then the indicator framework, which will be finalized, to be launched in December. For then we will start using it. The digital platform will be ready in November and launch in December, for which we will do a lot of training and capacity building on how the observatory operates. In terms of sustainability, we have a number of options we are exploring, and these are some of the elements. The fact that we need, so institutionally we are good. In terms of financing, we have budgeting for the next 5 years. The problem is how to sustain the operations of the desk following the project completion. And so there are a number of options here. For want of time, I'll leave it at that. The last bit I want to leave you for deliberation is the fact that if we are able to generate evidence, and the evidence is a particular neighborhood or electoral area is deficient in water, and so we should allocate the service there. But the MCE says, I have promised another electoral area a borehole, so put the borehole there. How do we balance that political priority against the credible evidence that we have demonstrated and is out there, for which people can see that it is this electoral area that should have gotten the water? So those things will come up. How do we balance those initiatives? There are instances where the indicators are largely allowing us to compare progress across MMDAs. But those indicators, and my friend Kekeli had mentioned that they may interfere with specific priorities of other MMDAs. The MMDA may not be interested in measuring water, sanitation, urban mobility. They may be interested in particular issues which may not find their way into the indicators that are nationally comparable. How do we balance those two objectives? And then the last one is basically the fact that we need to think about the observatory as an institutional framework or an institutional application rather than a project-based development. I bring my presentation to a close. I've used more time than, but I hope that it was meaningful and made a lot of sense. Thank you very much.
Please give him a warmer round of applause. Talking 45 minutes is not an easy job. Folks, I hope that he's been able to stimulate some interest in all of this. Are there any quick reactions? Doctor, don't go far away so that I can harvest a few reactions for you. Can I have a few reactions? Or it was as clear as crystal. Mr. Pasa. And then number 2, my senior colleague. And then who's number 3? Number 3. Yeah, okay, number 3. From CDD. Okay, yes. So Mr. Pasa, start. Yeah. Somebody give me a mic for me. Who's doing that? Senior, are you coming or you are going?
So I just want to say that I'm doing this with Dr. Ayi too, so I don't want to, I'm not, because I'm privy to it, just to establish that this will interface DDDP. Okay. This will interface the District Development Data Platform. So, and it must not be seen as competing with DDDP because we don't want to have so many platforms. But this will be focused on urban indicators. Right. That's all I want to say.
Okay, that's good information. Yes, sir. Number 2.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. That was an issue I wanted to raise that Akpasa has addressed. Secondly, I overheard the presenter talking about no data on housing. Is that correct?
I said yes. Data on housing.
So my question will be, then what will be the relevance of the housing directorate at the Ministry of Works and Housing and Water Resources? Then I also heard on water. I say we can't get any data from Ghana Water Company and also Community Water and Sanitation Agency. Then you also mentioned energy. What is happening in the Ministry of Energy and Energy Commission? Can't you get data from those places? Then why do they exist?
Okay.
Wait, let me have number 3. My guy from CD. Yeah, number 3. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So on our end, we are grateful for the observatory, and we just have one question on the data itself. That yes, the observatory brings or gives us access to the data, and we are assured of the quality because of GSS. But again, how do we get access to the metadata itself? Because one of the challenges that we have here in Ghana is you may go to the agreed website, find data, you go back to the district and you find out that the data is not the same.
It contradicts.
It contradicts. There are those differences. So how do we ensure that, okay, the data that is being published here is going to be the same, and if I need the particular document, I can easily get it? Yes.
Right. CDD, you are doing something on data, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Later on you tell us about it, but it's interesting in that regard. Any other question? Okay, the last one, and then, 1, 2, and then, Doc, you can answer a few of those, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yes, good.
I heard the word data feed into.
Sorry, please, now you help me with the names and the locations.
I'm Johnson Ewa, I'm with the ministry.
Okay.
In the presentation, I heard feed into, data is feeding into. Is it an integration or a form of data upload? I didn't get that clearly. So is it a form of integration? Is it API you're using to integrate, or is just terminologies? Thank you.
Right. Thank you. The last one is here, please, for the time being. Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Doc. So my name is John Dobe with GIZ COMSA. My question is simple. How do you ensure
data entry at the MMDA level.
Okay.
And here, you know, we share a pass when it comes to data management, especially DRF software implementation and the issue of district inputting data and knowing how that comes at them. So I want to know the motivation for data entry as well at the district level. Thank you.
Hey, you, this gentleman. Anyway, I won't say anything. Please answer the question.
Okay, thank you very much. The first one about the energy, housing, and water. I stand corrected, but I think I did not intend to say if that was what you heard, but I didn't say that they don't produce data. What I meant to say was that the data is one for different sectors. So for housing, most of the data is generated or is available at the local level based on the census data. Outside the census, the district levels do not provide or do not generate housing related data periodically, like the way they will produce sanitation data or the data related to revenue. And so at the national level, there's a lot of data about housing, mostly from census, but at the regional and district level, housing related data is very porous. So that's our difficulty. So we are exploring projections as a basis or small area enumeration as alternatives to be able to generate data in relation to housing. Of course, the Works and Housing Ministry exists and they have formed part of our indicator formulation process, but that is the difficulty and the reality about housing. When you talk about housing affordability, it's an indicator. What percentage of a household's income goes into rent? That's data that is almost impossible to come by, but it's a very important salient issue. So that's the challenge we have when it comes to housing. When it comes to energy, the number of indicators that are related to energy, the data is only available from the national level. At the district level, energy related data is very scanty. And that was the experience we had. And so whether we will be able to annually get updates on energy related data is where we have problems about in terms of proportion of households that have access to clean cooking sources and stuff like that. Those are difficulties we encounter with relation to energy. And then water. Ghana Water does have the data, but the difficulty with accessing the data is the fact that one, their administrative boundaries are different from the district administrative boundaries. So you have to be patient with them to compute the household level data for you, and then you then reconcile it with the district administrative boundaries. That is work that they are not interested in doing at the district level at the moment. So we are finding mechanisms to see how best they will be able to share that data directly to statistical service for us to tap into. And so we are aware that they've already signed an MOU with statistical service, and so that is one of the mechanisms that we hope to be able to tap into. And that feeds into the question about data feeding when you mentioned. So there are different ways we are securing data for the analysis and to feed the indicators. There are those sets of data that we need from the local level because it's administrative data that they provide annually. Then that is where I mentioned that they would update that data or they will provide that data through the district development data platform data capture model. So I'll speak to it after this. So that's from the MMDA level. But we also have data that should come directly from MDAs, like the housing or the energy data. That data likely sits with the ministries or the agencies' MIS platform. And so our interest is to ensure that they route that data, that available data, through statistical service, and then we tap into it through an API. So that's the other mechanism through which we would access those kinds of data, and the MOUs, data sharing MOUs are the mechanisms for doing that. But there are other third-party data sources, like air quality data. We don't monitor air per se. I think there are no more than 25 air quality monitors across the country. But we have online sources of air quality or particulate matter that's available. I can go online and I get data on the air quality situation of as many districts as possible. Open street data, mobility data, those are open source data that we can tap into
and overlay them with the administrative data or statistical data to be able to generate meaningful analysis out of it. So we have different streams of data sources which will be channeled quality assured before they are used for the analysis. So the public will be interested in the outputs. That's what you use in your policy planning and details. Whereas we are interested in doing the nitty-gritties to give you the outputs for you to use. Then we have the issue about the metadata. The reason why I kept hammering the standardization and the reason why Ghana Statistical Service is helping us with the technical backstop is because of the standardization. So each indicator has a metadata that defines the indicator, the source of data, what metadata, all the metadata elements that are associated with each indicator. And so we have the indicator framework we are developing allows us to compute for each indicator and its metadata all the details, how to its computation methodology, the metadata elements that comprise it, the source of data, how frequently it should be updated, and all of that. So for each indicator, that's why we want to be certain that we face the indicator upload. The ones that we know we can get data every time, we would upload those indicators with their metadata and utilize them, and then we use we upload the remaining ones. That data is non-existent at the moment. But the metadata is one that would allow us to define what the indicator and its elements are by all the agencies agreed by. So we have a reference group or a technical working group comprising representatives from all the agencies that are relevant in this, and all of us have agreed on what the metadata details should be for each indicator, so that when it is institutionalized, it does not become misunderstood that one person's understanding is different from another misunderstanding. And Statistical Service is leading that element of standardizing those elements. When you talk about, I think that's the data entry incentive to is a problem, or it's an issue that at the first instance of starting this initiative was flagged as something to think about, and I don't have the detailed answer to it, but one of the things I know would help them put or upload data at the district level is one, tying it to their budgeting processes. Two is in the use of the data, if the MMDs are able to use that data and find meaning to it. So that's more a technical incentive. But the most policy directive incentive is tying the data upload to the budgeting process, and we are exploring those options with the ministry at the moment. And it's one of the piloting instances or piloting activities we intend to do before October. I hope if I've left anything hanging, I think I've attempted to respond to the questions that came. But I'm happy to hear suggestions as well, particularly the incentivization of the MMDs in data uptake. It's not only the observatory. Generally, there are even our MTDP preparation. It becomes a problem all the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Give him a warm round of applause. Okay, we are very grateful. These are common problems that we all have to deal with one way or another, and we'll get there. We are happy to share ideas, and that is why we have the Ghana Urban Forum over and over. So I want you to chew over some of the issues that we've raised. It's already 4:30, and I want to ask you to go home because I want to go home. So I want to thank you for your cooperation, wish you well, and say to you that tomorrow is going to be very exciting. Do let's come on time. I'll try and manage the time for you today. I've missed it by 30 minutes, but we thank God, and God bless our homeland Ghana and all of us. Thank you so much. Any housekeeping announcements? Snacks outside. Snacks outside. All right. Okay. So, yeah. What is it then? Yeah, and then, talk to somebody. You, for instance, you can engage the Honorable Chief Executive, for instance, and ask him how he's doing. Right. Okay. Right. So, God bless our homeland Ghana. Goodbye, and thank you for coming. Bye-bye. we are breathing down the mouth. What do you want him to do for you?
Okay, okay.